So I did that, but with Outlook being the platform. Everything came through Outlook and went on my Outlook calendar. Because that's what the county uses now. It's what we use obviously for emergency, but it is what it is. I'm just like,
I got the email. I'm like, okay, I'll do that.
well, yeah. So now I have to open and look at. I'm missing. I feel like I'm missing a lot of stuff because of that.
It happens. You got to really look at it.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to our May 2nd, believe it or not, to 2024 regular board meeting of the Colton Joint Unified School District. And hopefully everybody's doing well. And at this point, I'd like to see if we can take order. So if I could have Joanne, please, roll call, please.
Mrs. Flores?
Present.
Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Present.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Present.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Haro?
Present.
Mr. Ibarra?
Present. Thank you, Joanne. We also have an interpreter. Ms. Cynthia Bueno is available for Spanish-speaking persons wanting assistance. If you could please come up to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Good evening, all. Muy buenas noches a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completamente en español simultáneamente, puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera, donde pueden adquirir los dispositivos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Bueno. At this point, I'd like to please ask everyone to rise, and if I could have our Assistant Superintendent of Business, Gregory Fromm, lead us in the flag salute, please.
Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Greg. At this time, the board will go into item 1.3, which is the adoption of the May 2nd, 2024 agenda. I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. To withdraw action item 6.19, adoption of resolution number 24-62, approving an increase in statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial development pursuant to the Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. To withdraw action item 6.28, approval of memorandum of understanding between Colton Joint Unified School District and the California School Employee Association, CSEA, for the purpose of clarifying Article 4.12.H and 6.1.1. Also to amend public session item 6.27, approval of personnel employment and resignation separation, an addition of 3 certificated resignation separation, assistant superintendent, teachers 2, and to amend closed session items 12.3, personnel, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release, under the Government Code 54957, addition of 2 classified coaches, assistant prep squad director, co-ed, and head junior varsity volleyball girls. And at this point, I'd like to see if I can get a motion for approval, please.
I'll move.
Thank you, Israel. And a second? Second. Thank you, Pat. So on a motion by Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member Pat Haro to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain? Okay, and we are all present, so we have 7-0. On a motion by Israel Fuentes, and a second by Board Member Pat Harrow, and a 7-0 vote, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. Thank you. Now we get to the point where we love to highlight our schools, and this is our 2.1, which is our school showcase. Today, we welcome Colton High School. And if I could please have Colton High School Assistant Principal Debbie Villegas to present and introduce the students, please.
Executive Cabinet, and our Colton High School students, ASP. Should be coming up.
F. We're good.
And then this is on. No, this is on. Okay. Good evening, Board President Frank Ibarra, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of our community. My name is Juan Barón, and I'm the ASB President here at Colton High School.
My name is Isabella Winter, and I am an ASB representative.
My name is Jasmine Gomez, and I am an ASB representative.
My name is Christian Jason, and I am an ASB PEP Commissioner.
And my name is Aubrey Gonzalez, and I'm the sophomore class president.
We would like to thank you all for your time this evening and now present our CHS School Showcase. Keeping traditions alive, on October 20th, 2023, Colton High School hosted our homecoming rally, parade, football game, and halftime show to get our community in the homecoming spirit. Here are some photos that you could see of all our events that happened during homecoming. To acknowledge our roots and recognize our culture, Hispanic Heritage Month was celebrated in October of 2023. And in honor of Anti-Bullying Month, PBIS and Wellness Club hosted Unity Week and Unity Day in October of 2023. On the CHS campus, Eco-Friendly Friends Club is a club that hosts campus cleanups to make sure that CHS stays clean and organized. And finally, AP Bio, Marine Bio, and Zoology students all went on a field trip to San Diego Zoo Park on September 19th, 2023. On October 18th, NHS hosted their induction ceremony to welcome in the new 60 sophomores from the class of 2026. And on November 9th, CHS hosted a ceremony for our new culinary arts building. Our marching band did an outstanding performance, followed by a welcoming message from our principal, Mr. Abbott. School board members spoke on our behalf of the excitement they carry for our new building. Our CHS dance team performed alongside our CHS cheer team.
On December 8, 2023, CHS Renaissance hosted the All-School Winter Awards ceremony. Okay. Sorry. And here are building thinking classrooms within our math department. On January 22nd and 23rd, Link Crew hosted the incoming freshman orientation featuring class visits, club brush, and a mini rally. Our Chinese club hosted a dumpling making event that took place on February 15th after school. Our winter awards were on February 8th in the auditorium. Our winter rally was on February 15th in our Ken Hubs gym. Dunkin' Donuts came to CHS to give away free drinks and gift cards. The military ball was on March 1st. Both Bloomington High School and Colton High School got together for one big event. The Valentine's giveaway was on February 14th during lunch. ASB gave away free cookies and cupcakes to the students. The Transition Opportunity Program opened their first restaurant pop-up on February 15th. This is a program to allow students with disabilities the opportunity to learn and practice skills in a real-life setting.
The District Band Festival is where all the schools in the district perform together. Many different grade levels are playing together, like the middle schools, high schools, and elementary schools. The AVID National Demonstration was a very big and important recognition for CHS. Our school was revalidated as an AVID National Demonstration School on March 7th. The prom fashion show is for seniors to dress up and show the year's catalog of dresses and suits, and the prom theme and the prom venue is also revealed. On March 13th and 15th, the King's Rebellion play was performed in the Whitmer Auditorium for the past 6 years, and it was written by our fellow Yellow Jackets. They did an amazing job. Our Disneyland Leader field trips were on March 4th and April 8th. The leadership students went to Disneyland, such as Ren, ASB, and Link Crew. They were able to learn valuable skills and lessons to become better leaders on campus. Our AVID road trip took place during the first week of spring break, starting on Monday and ending on Thursday. It was an event that took AVID's juniors on a field trip to visit different colleges in California, such as UCLA, UCSB, and San Francisco State. Since the beginning of the year, our dance team has evolved greatly. We enjoy their performances during rallies, while they're also involved with activities on campus, such as the Colton Parade, CHS Culinary Arts, CHS Hispanic Heritage Month, and the Colton Christmas Parade. Our Wellness Center organized lunchtime mindfulness activities like coloring and bracelet making to foster the Spirit of Kindness Week. Lucy the Therapy Dog was hosted at our Wellness Center to promote mental health awareness and the therapeutic benefits of interacting with dogs. Our Wellness Center hosted a holiday where students made Christmas ornaments and cookie decorations together.
On April 4th, 2024, during lunch, AVID hosted their annual 10th grade college fair on DC Lane to emphasize the importance of receiving a college education for our students. With academics being the forefront of emphasis for students here at CHS, we find it equally important to find meaningful opportunities in our community. On February 9th, 6 students participated in the Rotary Club's 4-way speech test, with Andrew Diaz receiving the top prize of $200 and first place. Then, on February 22nd, 2024, the Colton Lions Club held their annual speech competition at the Gonzalez Community Center, with Genesis Rodella receiving first prize with $100. On April 5th, 2024, ASB hosted our annual spring rally. During this event, not only were we able to showcase our amazing student performers, but we were also able to introduce our spring sports. What's more, in addition to reintroducing our prom court and giving them a chance to present themselves in front of our campus, student Chantel Morentes would be awarded the Edison International Scholarship, a prize of $50,000 awarded to only 30 students in Southern California. And finally, a night that we've been working towards as the class of 24, we're able to enjoy our night in Venice for our prom 2024 hosted at the Reef in Long Beach. Moving over to April 17th, Avid hosted their annual stole ceremony to honor the efforts of the class of 2024. Here, they were given stoles to not only symbolize their commitment to the program, but their commitment to pursue their education in a higher degree. And finally, open to each and every student on campus, here at CHS, we've been working to provide more school-wide field trips. Some of the field trips that we've seen were the Griffith Observatory on January 30th, the Natural History Museum on February 28th, the UCLA field trip on April 18th, and the one we have scheduled for May 7th at Cal State San Bernardino. In order to get our students ready to take the CASP test, we hosted an event called CASPchella, where Mr. Abbott and several staff members worked to hype up the CASP testing that would be going on for the next 2 weeks. For students on April 23rd, for the seniors and freshmen who did well on their 11th grade and 8th grade CASP tests, they were awarded with both a taco lunch as well as a movie night.
Our Hill Club partnered with Friday Night Live to create awareness about multiple public health issues. They also participated in Friday Night Live's annual youth conference in Anaheim and presented at the SEL conference with San Bernardino County Public Health. Our Link Crew leaders put together freshman follow-ups on every first and third Wednesday of every month, as well as taking care of Freshman Student of the Month. They also put together 2 all-school synergies on October 11th and on March 13th. This year, our counselors provided students with opportunities to learn about colleges, careers, and the military at our annual College and Career Fair, held on January 24th with over 30 local reps in attendance. Our counselors also organize our college recruitment programs. These programs consist of CJUSD Trio, UCR, EAOP, and UCR Upward Bound. Our counselors held weekly college application workshops and one-on-one FAFSA meetings to support our seniors and their transition into college. Our counselors have also made a new partnership with the SBVC Farm Tech program and over 120 students enrolled. Our Hill seniors became certified in BLS, our juniors received their Stop the Bleed certification, and our Colton Fire Department and AMR visited our sophomores. All grade levels in our Hill pathway participated in a public health project that included a mock autopsy by the anatomy class. They also participated in the STEAM Expo, and our students in Hill visited CMS to share the pathway with the 8th graders. Also, our sports med students made it to finals in their sports med competition. Colton Choir participated in several events this year. They marched in the Veterans Day Parade, held concerts, participated in a program at Disneyland, sang at the District Festival, and held a choir awards banquet.
Next up is our Tomorrow's Leaders event. This event was hosted by CHS on April 30th. Bloomington, Grand Terrace, and Colton High School students were invited to this event for meeting the attendance and grade requirements. Then, on May 1st, CHS had our staff breakfast. Renaissance, ASB, and Link Crew made posters for this breakfast. Also on May 1st, ASB and Renaissance held the commitment ceremony for our seniors in our NPR. Now for athletics. First up, cheer competed at nationals in Anaheim. They were able to place third in their division, a wonderful accomplishment. Next, our girls tennis team. They won the Skyline League Championship. Now for soccer. Our girls soccer team worked hard all season, and it certainly paid off with them winning San Andreas League champions of the league tournament, league MVP, and CIF semifinalist, which was the first time in school history that this has happened. Along with this, the girls soccer team also had 6 players make first team all-league, 3 players make first team all-CIF, and 2 players make second team all-CIF. Our girls basketball team won a Skyline League Championship. This was the first time the team has accomplished this in school history. They also advanced to the D5 AA CIF finals and the state regional tournament. Also, the boys basketball team went to playoffs for the first time in 10 years, and after their second place finish in the Skyline League. Finally, in regards to our previous sports, our esports team made it to a tournament at Mayfair High School. Okay. The baseball team finished with 15 wins on the season and in second place in the San Andreas League. They also qualified for the CIF Division 6 playoffs. The softball team finished in second place in the San Andreas League, winning 16 games this season. They qualified for the CIF Division 6 playoffs as well. The boys tennis team, they came in second place in the Skyline League this season and qualified for CIF Division 6 playoffs. Lastly, girls track and field won a share of the Skyline League Championship. Also, one runner, Ariana Espuro, qualified for CIF prelims by winning league in the 100 hurdle event. CHS continues to have PBIS lessons on extended days, and teachers hand out Yellow Jacket tickets. Renaissance has worked hard to revitalize the Student Reward Store. Students are rewarded with 5-star points and can use them on monthly reward redemption days. Renaissance also continues to recognize students and staff's birthdays each month.
Here at Colton High School, attendance is something that means something that's very important to us. It means so much to us. That's why we host Saturday school step-up sessions. As you can see, for this month, we have a step-up session for May 4th and one for May 11th. Here, students are able to make up attendance as well as get tutoring from their teachers. Now we have a list of upcoming activities and events going on here at CHS. So tomorrow, May 3rd, CHS dance team plans to host a Cinco de Mayo fiesta. Also on May 3rd, the All-Spring Award Ceremony will be going on during the different periods to recognize students for PBIS as well as Student of the Month. May 6th through 17th, we have AP testing for all students who took the AP or who are going to take the AP exams this year. On May 7th, we have our CJUSD campus tour where students will be given the chance to look at one of their possible schools that they can attend. On May 9th, we have our High School Nation hosting the Music and Arts Festival. And on May 10th, we have the yearbook release date, as well as the senior sunset. On May 14th, we have our Seniors Awards Night, where they will be recognized not only for their hard work, but with scholarships to the different programs which they applied to. On May 16th, the cap and gown distribution day will occur during lunch. Here, students will be able to receive the cap and gowns which they purchased back in February. Finally, on May 17th, we have grad night, where students will be able to go to Disneyland and enjoy one last time around before our last day of school on May 20th. On May 21st, we have our senior breakfast and graduation walks, where students will be able to visit their elementary schools as well as their middle school. And finally, on May 23rd, we have our class of 2024 graduation. It meant so much to us that you were able to be there for the class of 2023's graduation, and I look forward to seeing you there personally. We would like to thank you for your time this evening, and hope you all have a great day. We are open to questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by thanking each and every one of you, Yellow Jackets, for a year's worth of hard work. As most of us know, ASB tends to be the heart of any school. And they're the ones who make things go. And that's each and every one of you and those who are not here today. And with that, it makes it really exciting for students to want to go to school. All the events, all the things that you offer, opportunities that present themselves to students. And as we take a look at your presentation, it's very easy to see how academics and careers could actually come together. Because one of the things that we've been always stressing here at Cone Joint Unified School District is to give our students opportunities to take a look at what possible careers are out there for them as their 4 years start to move on. And as you know, with any type of career, there's academics that are going to be attached to that. And so we take a look at all the achievements, all the certifications, all the students going to college, all the students exploring, whether it's ROP, CTE, any pathways. And, I think to myself, if I was in school right now, my head would probably be spinning because I would be trying to do everything because it sounds so wonderful. And I'm sure some of you try it. But I just want to say, because this year was an exciting year there at Colton High School. I've heard a lot from many students who really enjoyed going to school. They love their teachers, but they also talk about the activities, music, plays, athletics. There's opportunities for everybody. And the point I'm trying to make is that you as a group, you as ASB, you highlight all that. You show that to the students. This is what you could be part of. And we truly, truly appreciate those efforts. So I just want to congratulate you for a year's worth of hard work. I'm sure you had fun along the way, because I know how ASB works. You could have fun too. But your creativity, your ideas, you reaching out to students that don't get involved and pulling them in and getting them involved so that their 4 years at Colton High School can be memorable. And I'll leave you with this. Remember, always remember that the experiences that you learn define who you will become. So as many experiences that you can learn and be part of will only benefit you as you move on through your life. So thank you for that. At this point, I'd like to, Israel?
Thank you, Board President. Juan, Aubrey, Christian, Jasmine, and Isabella, great job. Great job. Congratulations. There's a lot of great things, like Board President said, a lot of great things happening at Colton High School. I can see that your academics is #1. I can see that you guys have fun. I see that there are a lot of activities going on. I remember grad night when how many of you are seniors, actually? Just you? That's Juan, right? Juan? Okay, you're the man. So I went to grad night. It was fun. It was fun, and I'm hoping that you're going to be going. Are you going to be going? Grad night? Oh, right on. Right on. And who's a junior? Anybody junior? No? Sophomores? Sophomores. Wow. So you guys got about 2 more years to go. Right on. So congratulations again. I can see that at Colton High School there's a lot of great things, again, happening out there. And I also want to congratulate Chantel. I guess it was her who got the $50,000 scholarship from Edison. Wow. So, wow. See, there's a lot of good stuff going on. And just to see everything that's happening, the culinary building that's coming into Colton High School and the state of the art. So once we open it, it'll be a big old ribbon cutting and all that great stuff. So hoping that you'll come back, Juan, for that, and we can have you there, unless you're going to be moving somewhere to go to college or something. But just want to congratulate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. Our sophomores, you guys keep doing what you're doing for next year, because I'm pretty sure you guys are going to continue as ASB leaders at the school. And remember, keep your head up. Never let anybody tell you you can't. Let them know that you can. All right? Have a great one. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Any other board members? No? Okay. Just want to say one last thing, and maybe everybody can agree with me. Juan, you have a radio voice. It came out really smooth and with that deep tone. And I'm saying that in a positive, so take it positively. It sounded good.
He's like, what's a radio?
Yeah. I know. True.
I was about to say.
Oh, we still have radios in our car. At least I hear it. Or I got an old car.
He's
One of
actually
the
giving
two.
you a hint.
But you have that voice that can project, and so I guess maybe I'm just saying maybe you might want to consider communication as a major for college. There you go. So thank you guys, and thank our assistant principal. Thank you, and yes, I was looking for Miss Buskirk. Oh, there you are. There you are. I'm looking everywhere but back there. Yes. You know, it's incredible because one of our valuable employees at each high school is the teacher that oversees ASB. We have two of them here that I see, and they are integral to making a lot of things happen. So I just want to say thank you to both of you that I see that are here for the wonderful job that you did this year and that you've been doing, because like I said earlier, I know how ASB works. You know, I had a daughter that was ASB president. I had a son that was ASB president. So that drew me in to be involved. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for that. So, and to both of you. So, any final words?
Thank you, members of the board, for all of the kind comments, and thank you for allowing us to come here and boast about our lovely school. And thank you for recognizing our wonderful activities director. We really appreciate all of your time.
I think
Thank you
she's going
very
to be
much.
the next president.
You said assistant superintendent? Assistant principal.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Good job and good luck.
Great job.
Great job, guys.
Good
Great
job. Good
job.
job.
Presentation. Well done. Good job. Very well done. Good job.
Okay. Okay.
Objection proceeded. The people are worried that you said assistant superintendent.
Oh,
And that doesn't really matter for the record, but.
I will
it's up to
correct
you.
it
It's
right
up to
now.
you.
No, I will correct it right now.
These are a little taller than you want. And I still feel like I'm always trying to make it higher. Yeah.
It either goes all the way down.
It doesn't go up.
It doesn't go up.
Okay, for the record, something's been brought to my attention, and maybe because I was thinking ahead too much. On our item 1.3, our adoption of the agenda, on the amendment public session item 6.27, I mentioned assistant superintendent, scratch that. I meant to read assistant principal. So I don't want anybody to be looking at me like, okay, so.
You're safe this time.
So I believe someone in the audience caught that, and they know better, and I appreciate that.
You'll still be
Thank
around.
you. So, no surprises. Okay, Thank you very much. So let's go ahead and move on. We do have a 3.0, which is a special presentation. This is our item 3.1 Think Together presentation. At this time, I'd like to invite our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Peterson, to the podium, please.
Good evening. I might have to ask Think Together if they're hiring. Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. It is my extreme pleasure tonight, as we saw in the foyer before we began tonight, the wonderful reception for our Think Together partners for our expanded learning program. And so it is my pleasure to introduce them to come up and talk a little bit about our programs and show this awesome video they've been working on. So if they can please come forward. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Board President Ibarra and board members, Dr. Miranda and Executive Cabinet. My name is Randy Barth. I'm the founder and CEO of Think Together. And it's our extreme pleasure this evening to present our Champion of Change Award for Think Together to the Colton Joint Unified. We'll present the actual award kind of at the end. But I want to just spend a couple of minutes and then introduce our video. But Think Together is the largest expanded learning provider in California. We're in 61 school districts from San Jose to Palm Springs. And Colton is selected as the prime partner this year. And the reason for that is we've had a partnership here for 15 years, and we were talking in the reception, it's slowly built on partnerships with parents, with classified staff, with certificated staff, most especially with the principals, with Ron Perez, our great partner in the district, with the cabinet, and ultimately the support of the board. So it takes all of it, just like you've got up there in your logo there, the teamwork, the communication that ultimately leads to success for the partnership that extends to the partnership with us as your community partner here. And in the last few years, the governor and the state legislature made a really significant investment in expanded learning through this ELOP funding. And what's interesting and shocking to me is as schools are struggling and students are struggling coming out of the pandemic, and we've got chronic absenteeism in places, we've got huge mental health challenges, we've got pressure on academic performance, and yet many school districts are sitting on these funds and not investing them in their students, in their communities. We were at the big statewide after-school conference the last few days in Palm Springs, and the California Department of Education was doing a state of the expanded learning world, and they showed that through June of last year, the first 2 years of the implementation, the state had invested $5.5 billion and $3.5 billion was left unspent. They're not investing in it. So and the reason we're here to highlight the work of Colton is leaning in to this partnership and partnering with us and others, more broadly, to provide opportunities for their students. So you hear these great opportunities that were so eloquently, articulated from the students at Colton High School. We're able to do that starting in TK and build this expanded learning. So not just building on the great things that are happening in the classroom, but create all kinds of extended learning opportunities after school and spring break and summer and field trips and sports and academic support and all these other things that align and build kind of a coherent structure outside of the school day so that our students can have the full support they need to succeed in school life. And a lot of times, there's students that are struggling in the classroom and maybe aren't as engaged, and so there's opportunities for different kinds of engagement and expanded learning. And so Colton has really leaned into this partnership and really done a great job, and for that, we want to congratulate you with our award. And we want to share a little video presentation now that'll give you a look into the program. The Champion of Change Award for Think Together is given to partners that go above and beyond leveraging their resources to really make a huge impact and difference for their kids. This year's Champion of Change, we're super proud to present to Colton Joint Unified School District. Colton Joint Unified has been innovative in all of the things that they offer to students. And so they've expanded access to ACES programs. They've created access for 30 non-instructional days. They've done all kinds of different enrichment from theater to STEM to sports. And they've even embraced high dosage tutoring to help address the learning loss from the pandemic.
So Colton Joint and Ron are really deserving of the champion of change because they let nothing stand in their way. They see what's going on in our communities and they will do whatever it takes. They show up, they show out, and they just do amazing work for our kiddos every single day.
So we're running a TK Kindergarten program, regular ACES after school, summer non-instructional day programming on all of the breaks, such as spring break, winter break, summer break. So just, any days year-round, we're trying to provide as much services and support to the students.
It just brings so much joy to my heart to see what Think Together does for our community, provide opportunities where students can go, be happy, learn. It's just transformational.
So there's always been a need in our district for services in the expanded learning programs. When we started our programs, we had 11 schools, and because of that need, we've continued to apply for more programming to the point where we're at now, where we have all of our elementary and middle schools. The impact that it has throughout our community is that parents know that their students are somewhere safe. They know that this program is available to them. It's open to everybody. We don't have any restrictions or income guidelines or requirements. It's just available, and we're a resource that they can use, and we're at every school site, and every parent in our district has the opportunity to participate in that if they so choose.
The district supports with the alignment by inviting us to be a part of their school site level meetings, their district trainings, their community cabinet meetings, where we do our best to be involved, have a seat at the table, to really collaborate and brainstorm the ideas and the strategies that we can bring back into our programming to better and further align with the school day and the district's initiatives.
Parents really are thankful that it's funded by a grant, so it doesn't cost them any money. They know that their kids are on campus and they're safe, so that is always positive feedback that we get.
So this program has helped my daughter, like on her character. When she gets out of this program at 5:30 we pick her up. When she gets home, she talks to us a little bit more, and now they come, we eat dinner together, and they're talking about what's happening here at school and that they love it.
I noticed that when my son comes home from Think Together after, having a great day, he's just dancing and happy and excited, and he's sharing all the things that he did throughout the day. I'm able to now be able to work and not have to worry about, oh my God, what am I going to do for my son after school? What am I going to do? Nothing. I Think Together has it all already taken care of, and that helps me out be able to keep my job and help my family.
They've done so many different things that most of our students normally wouldn't have access to, and that itself has inspired students just to continue being their best.
Well, at Think Together, I participate in music club. It helps my confidence, to go up and speaking on an open stage where everybody's watching you.
We get to do clubs, we get to do other stuff with other teachers.
I like to do homework at Think Together, so when I get home, I get to have time to spend with my family members and relax.
I think the students of our district have really benefited the most from the after-school program just because it works on developing the whole child. That it provides a place for students to go to for academics. There's different cooking features that they go with us. They work on crafts. They work on sports. And I think all of that just helps to develop the whole child in a safe place where they're having fun and their parents don't have to hopefully worry about them.
I see moving forward, just a continued collaboration on how we can best support students. I'm really happy with where we are right now. We're servicing so many kids, probably over 2,000 kids every day.
So I'm super happy with Think Together, and as long as I'm superintendent, we're going to continue to offer these programs to our community.
And now it's my distinct pleasure to present our award to Dr. Miranda and the school board members.
Can we say a few words here? Before I turn over to our board president, Mr. Ibarra, just Randy and the Think Together team, just thank you for your partnership. I was one of the original 8 schools back in 2010 at McKinney Elementary. And Wendy, the coordinator there, we had a vision to support our kids. And we started early, so that was just amazing to see the program now, and then the leadership of the board to support Dr. Peterson, Joda, and then Ron. It's unbelievable the work that you guys have done to support our community. And honestly, it brings joy to my heart as the superintendent, as a principal, as a servant of this district, that we're able to provide these opportunities to our children who need this. But it's not only that, it's the vision that we have and the vision that the board has on achievement, equity, and wellness. And it's that relationship that we talked about earlier that we have. And I'm excited about the future. And that's why I said, as long as I'm the superintendent, we're going to keep growing, we're going to keep going and take it to the next level. I always believe that, and we always think big. So thank you, thank you. This means a lot to our community because it's a difference and the impact. And so we really are honored and humbled. On behalf of the executive cabinet, and board president will speak on behalf of the board, as a teacher, servant, educator, this is huge, and just thank you so much to staff. You guys worked so hard to make this happen. And I used to run after-school programs at another district, not so far away, I won't say where, and I'll tell you, it does not compare to what we do here in Colton Joint Unified, and that's because of the amazing people that we have. That's what makes it different. And to the principals, you guys work so hard to work with our coordinators. I know how that feels and the extra work. But look at our children's faces, the joy you bring them is worth it, right? It's worth the joy that we bring our kids in our community is worth the work that we put in. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to our board president, Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent. I've been one of the board members that had the pleasure to be around when it all got started. And as we started to expand, one of the things that I started to recognize is the fact that Think Together continued to work closely with our school district to continue to see what else can they bring in to help support all our students at all our sites. As we begin to expand, they started to identify internships from other universities, other programs that could come in. They expanded to provide sports and arts and crafts, as it was noted in the video, to try to create and give the students an opportunity to be more holistic, to enjoy their time. And I think that was wonderful, because when you think about it, a lot of our students wake up at 6 in the morning and sometimes don't get home till 6 in the evening. So for our students, particularly our elementary school students, that makes for a long day. So the challenge of Think Together employees is really a challenge, because they keep them energized, they keep them motivated, they keep them interested in what they're doing beyond their regular school day. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Barth for providing such a high-quality program to our district, and to continue to take a look at how Think Together could continue to assist our community, our district, and particularly our students in providing them such a quality program that our students, as it was mentioned in the video, they go home happy. And I took a tour several years back just so I could personally see, because when our superintendent, Jerry Almendares, was here, and we were taking a look at the funding and everything, and I start wondering, okay, what do they actually do? And the only way I know for sure is for myself to go and actually go out there and see for myself. Very organized, a set curriculum, activity time, lunch time. They would even have slogans where they would shout out the slogan, and Mr. Barth knows what I'm talking about. And they would respond, the students would respond to the slogans. So that made it fun for them. And if everything went well, they would actually have movie days too. So once again, without continuing to say the same thing over again, I just want to say thank you to you, your program, to your staff, and thank you for continuing to go out and searching for those individual staff members that have the motivation, the ability, and the skill to bring and put all this together. So thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to offer any board member opportunity to say a few words if you would like. Okay. Okay, Israel, please.
He probably left, but I just wanted to say thank you. This is a great honor for our district. This is a great opportunity. And I know a lot of kids benefit, like our superintendent and our board president would say, benefit from this after-school program. I remember when it started back in 2010, if I'm correct. And my girls were part of the Think Together after-school program at Grimes Elementary. And I remember them coming home, and they were excited. And I mean, it was like, Dad, man, we did this today, and we did that today. And so I know that the program is something that, like the one parent that was on the video said, it'll help the parent continue at work and not have to worry about their child, their student. And that's a great opportunity, especially when it doesn't cost anything. Because I know what it costs to be able to have somebody pick up your kid, take them to that care facility, and then you get the bill at the end of the month. And when we have the opportunities like that for our community, that's a success. Plus, our kids get to learn, they get to read. The young man said that he gets to do his homework there, and when he goes home, he has time for his family. So once again, on behalf of the Board of Education here, thank you. Thank you for honoring our district, honoring our teachers, honoring our school principals, and honoring our whole complete staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Israel. Okay, Pat, please.
I just want to thank all of our district for providing this program and to Think Together. As Mr. Fuentes said, the community we serve, we know there's a lot of need in our community. And because of that need, the district is the one responsible for helping with that need. And together with Think Together, we are doing something of immense value to the community that we serve. The students that we serve, they need this extra time. These parents, they need that time. You know, like that one parent says she can work now and provide for her family. That the students are getting a great benefit, but these parents are too. And that's what we're here for. We're not just here for kids. We're here for this community. So thank you to Think Together for not just, the award is wonderful, but thank you for what you help us do for the community that we serve.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, Bertha?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, my mother lives across the street from one of our schools, Alice Burney, and I go over, and around 5 o'clock, I go and we sit on her. She has this huge porch, and we sit and we're listening to the kids playing in the playground, and it just, and she says, I love this time of the day, where the kids, I could just sit here and enjoy the kids' laughter and how much fun they're having. And also, I just wanted to say thank you, because when you said 60 out of 60 districts, for you to select us, it's a huge honor. And thank you so much. And I like Dr. Miranda said, I'm looking forward to continued partnerships as long as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. Okay, Joanne?
I want to add, when I listened to Mr. Barth and he talked about the amount of money that's been provided by the state, and so much of it is sitting in districts, that I want to thank particularly Dr. Peterson for making sure it went into our LCAP, but for the cabinet and Dr. Miranda for bringing this to us so that we had the opportunity to utilize it for our students. We do appreciate that, and when you see so many funds not being used statewide, it says a lot about how our district operates, and everything gets taken care of, and I really, truly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay, let's go ahead and move on with our agenda. At this point, we're going to move to item 3.2, which is the introduction of new management. And if I can please invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Dede to the podium, please.
Good evening, Board. Thank you, thank you. That doesn't happen very often, so thank you. Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. It is my pleasure to introduce our new management team members. Now, this first member was actually stolen from us, and so we had found a way to steal him back, and that's our new energy manager, Jay Kim.
Hey.
Now, Jay Kim has been an energy manager, energy specialist. He's a vice president of an energy consultant entity. He's been an associate agent for Redfin. He's was energy manager, as I mentioned earlier, and then he was a client manager. He's the energy and sustainability program manager for LAUSD for a while, and he was the director of energy management for Irvine company apartment committees. And so, as you can tell, he loves energy. And Jay was one of my first calls when I came to the district. It was in the middle of school closures, moving into my office. And if you don't know, if you have a bald head, it doesn't do well in cold weather. And so when I came into the office building, I could see my breath. And so I called Jay and said, I'm not going to make it throughout the day unless you can help me. And so he helped me out pretty quickly and taught me how technologically advanced we are. And we had a great conversation. But some fun facts, my favorite part about each individual this night. Jay has some great fun facts, and he is a Southern California native. He proudly holds a business economics degree from UCLA. Go Bruins. Fun fact, my uncle helped John Wooden win his first NCAA title. So we have a lot of Bruins in our family. So he is a devoted family man, happily married with 2 vibrant teenage boys, and they live in the city of Brea. During his relaxation time, as he noted, when he's not dealing with the hustle and bustle of daily life, he can be found savoring a perfect cup of coffee. Dutch Brothers or Starbucks? Okay, yeah, good answer, good answer. Good answer. As well as pedaling through different scenic routes on his bike as he maintains his healthy lifestyle. As I noted earlier, Jay is a licensed realtor and Bitcoin enthusiast. He also is fueled by the passion of energy management, which is not just a profession, but a way of life. And so everyone, Jay Kim, our new energy manager.
All right.
I'd like to give Jay Kim a few moments to address the board and introduce any family members or friends who may be here this evening.
Great, thank you. It's great to be back here. One of the main reasons why I came back was the great leadership here with the board, Dr. Miranda and Owen Chang. So having worked at several different school districts, especially Los Angeles Unified, I learned a lot of things. And I want to bring back all my experiences and things what to do and what not to do, and make this place, take this to the next level. So thanks for welcoming me, and glad to be back, everyone. Thank you.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah, glad to have you back.
Yes.
Welcome back.
One more round of applause for Jay Kim. And next up is our new Director of Transportation, Jessica Kawahu. Jessica comes to us with a plethora of leadership roles. She has a vast experience in transportation industry over the past decade. She has been an operations manager for Student Transportation America. She was a transportation director in Lucerne Valley, and she spent 5 rewarding years as a transportation operations supervisor for Desert Sands Unified School District. She actively is and currently involved in the Classified Educational Leadership process for ASCA, and she's the councilman chair. She's also a member of the STI Leadership Council, or was a member of that council, and has an honor of serving as the co-chair of the Special Needs Council at one point in time in her career. She has some great fun facts that I learned about her as well. She loves sports, and her favorite sport is basketball. And more importantly, her favorite basketball team is Lakers. And so,
Yeah, go Lakers.
We do have one Celtic fan in the building, so we'll meet her in the parking lot later. But other than that, I'd like to give Jessica an opportunity to address the board and introduce any family members and friends. But Jessica, we're so excited to have you here. You have created a lot of excitement by joining our team, and Mr. Greg Fromm has a lot of great things to say about you, and we can't wait for you to serve our needs of our community.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I was, a little hesitant about getting up here tonight and saying something, but you guys really rolled the red carpet out for me. I feel so absolutely appreciated. I am excited about this opportunity. I look forward to serving every last one of you, and thank you for tonight.
Jessica, did you bring any family members with you? There we go.
My mother, my father, my siblings came, nieces and nephews. They're all excited as well. My daughter, who's 14, she's an 8th grader. She's like, Mom, I want to go to Colton. I want to go to Colton High School next year. So thank you guys.
One more round of applause for Jessica, please.
Jessica, you're going to fit in just fine. We roll pretty deep here in Colton. That's exactly how we go everywhere. Whole family's got to go.
Yes,
so
yes,
you're going to fit right in.
Yes, I love it.
Can fill the bus.
All right, our next person I'd like to introduce, and I'm very excited to introduce this individual as well, and that's our new principal of Terrace Hills Middle School, Sarita Afadanis.
All right.
So Sarita has, once again, a very great background as well. Some of her leadership roles, let me start with, she has been a teacher for 14 years. She was a science teacher for Colton Joint Unified School District, took her science skills and wonderful and great talents as a teacher to be a curriculum program specialist. Then she's been, since 2019, the assistant principal at Grand Terrace High School, but also has been summer school principal multiple times as well. Her leadership experience that she brings beyond that is being head of the Link Learning Care Pathway. She's been a head volleyball and track and field coach for many years, and part of CSEA negotiations team and part of the district calendar committee. Her fun facts, she was a collegiate athlete at UCR in track and field. She holds many records. So for the past 20 years, her record still stands. She is still in the all-time top 10 for hammer, discus, shot put, and indoor weight.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
I'm scared of you. All right. So, outside of that, at home, she has a small flock of chickens. And this is her quote, so, hit her up if you need some eggs. I will be calling you. I love eggs. But outside of that, just so excited. The community is very excited for you, Sarita. You have done so many great things, especially with the Bridge program and helping our 8th graders feel welcome at Grand Terrace High School. So I know they're very excited to have you, and I'd like to give you a few moments to address the board. And please introduce any family members or friends who are here.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to introduce, I have my son, Marcus, my daughter, Michaela, and my close friend, Miss Marta Daggett, and her daughter. My husband and mom each had separate emergencies that came up today, so they couldn't make it. But we are a small group but mighty. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you so much for your confidence. I am a longtime resident of Grand Terrace. My daughter went through Terrace Hills. My son is currently a student at Terrace Hills. My heart is in Grand Terrace. My heart is to serve the community. I want to bring equity. I want to bring safety to a school that is fabulous and make it shine in its best way. So thank you so much for your confidence in me.
Yeah.
One more round of applause for Sarita, please. And last but not least, I would like to introduce our new principal of Colton Middle School, Dr. Han Hibb. I pushed the button by accident, sorry. Dr. Hibb comes to us with, once again, a very extensive background in education and leadership. Han comes to us with 10 years of coaching experience, 17 years of teaching experience in the math area. He has 7 years approximately as an AP at a middle school. He spent 7 years as principal of Warren Springs Elementary, and that is a elementary, and he's an adjunct professor for Life Pacific University. I would say that Han has some interesting fun facts, so I'd like to share those. He is happily married to a beautiful woman with 6 beautiful children, 4 dogs, 2 turtles, 3 rats, and a partridge in a pear. I'm just joking. 3 rats. So So he is a busy man, but one thing I will share about Dr. Hibb is he blazes the trail of happiness and love. As he's been through the community since he was board approved, he leaves these little notes that really have resonated with members of Colton Joint Unified School District. And he may not know this, but it really means a lot to the individuals. But he left a note for an individual team member that really talked about, how much he appreciated her assistance and help, and how friendly she was, and how happy he is to be a part of the district. And often we like to text, but when people leave handwritten notes, I don't know about you guys, but that comes from the heart. And so we really appreciate Dr. Hibb, and like to give him an opportunity to address the board and introduce any family members or friends who may be here this evening.
Thank you. Board President Ibarra, Superintendent Miranda, executive board members, and distinguished, amazing board members. First and foremost, my beautiful wife can't make it. I'll show you why, because my son is making a CIF, and all of them are at practices right now, so we're playing zone defense. We have 6 beautiful kids. And she gave me a call a few hours ago. She said, honey, I can't make it. And like any upstanding husband, I said, yes, ma'am. And but I did bring, Nelson Mandela talks about I am because we are. I brought some of my closest friends over there, Superintendent of Western Christian Schools, Mr. John Atwood, and Jay. We have the same hair right over there. I know, all joking aside, my mission and charge from the board and from the executive cabinet is very clear. First and foremost, we need to beat the Tigers of Terrace Middle School at everything we do. But I don't have all those awards like Sarita there, but I'm so blessed. But no, seriously, mission critical. My job will be to care, love, equip, empower our staff faculty, that's our classified certificated people, to build systems that can allow our Falcons to thrive and fly so they can become those fighting yellow jackets. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
We're excited for what you have to bring. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, my friend. Welcome.
One more round of applause for Dr. Hibb, please. Thank you so much. That concludes my presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Dede. Okay, let's go ahead and move into item 3.3, employee recognition. And I'd like to invite our director, Dr. Kathy Cervantes, and Eric Enciso to the podium, please.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Tonight, we will be presenting the March-April employee recognition members. And first, we would like to start with our classified employee. And before I say her name, I do want to make point that this person feeds the Think Together students a supper meal daily, so thank you for that. But the person that I'd like to bring up is Miss Mona Ramirez. No. So, as much as I would love to read and recognize Mona, today recognizing her is going to be Ms. Casey Robertson, our Director of Nutrition Services.
All right, so good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, I have the privilege actually to honor a truly exceptional member of our community, Mona Ramirez, Ramona Ramirez, but Mona Ramirez. She is recognized with the Classified Employee Recognition Award and prepares to embark on her well-deserved retirement on June 30th. We reflect on the profound impact she has had during her remarkable tenure. Mona's journey with CJUSD began in April of 1988 at Colton High School, where she witnessed the evolution of our school system firsthand. From the days of Pepsi on tap, fries from the deep fryer, and handwritten paychecks to now, Mona has been a committed presence, serving generations of students with dedication and love. Beyond her duties in the kitchen, Mona genuinely cares for every child she encounters and has left an indelible mark. She not only nourishes the bodies, but also provides spirits and offers words of encouragement and comforts to those in need. Here are some words from Mona. I sometimes wonder how I ended up here. This job has been my life, and I am proud of what I do. Serving meals to future nurses, doctors, teachers, maybe even a president, who knows? Well, that is part of it. You get to know when your little ones look sad and if they're okay. Times when they are sent from the office and are so scared of being in trouble from their mom and dad. So you remind them, tomorrow is a new day, a new chance to make better choices. Mona's unwavering loyalty extends beyond her work to her family. She is a mother of 3, plus a beautiful daughter-in-law. She will now have the joy of being a full-time grandma and with their 7 grandchildren, whom she adores and supports wholeheartedly. Her home serves as a central hub of love and warmth, embodying the essence of family and community. Thank you, Mona, for your years of service, for being a beacon of light in the midst of everything, and for representing the true spirit of leadership. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition, and may your retirement be filled with joy, laughter, and the love of your family. We'll miss you as our historian, but we know you'll be able to see you around. You're gonna be a future sub, right?
Yeah, yeah. I gotta ask my new, so thank you so much. Congratulations.
Mona, sorry.
It's been a wonderful 36 years.
Ms. Mona, can you introduce your family to us?
Another round of applause for Mona. Congratulations.
Okay, I got all my 7 grandkids here, my 2 daughters. Everybody wave. They're McKinley Bulldogs, and they're middle school Falcons, and they're also Yellow Jackets.
I'd like to continue the celebration with our certificated employee recognition recipient, and that is Lisa Padilla, teacher and WASP TOA at Bloomington High School. And honoring her this evening is Yvette Roman, principal of Bloomington High School.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, esteemed colleagues and members of the public in person and online. It is an honor to recognize an amazing teacher and WASP TOA, Lisa Padilla. I have had the pleasure of working with Mrs. Padilla in various roles for over 10 years. She has served as a WASP TOA, AP English Literature teacher, AVID, and English teacher, and is part of our leadership team at Bloomington High School. These experiences have allowed her to support students in various grade levels from 9th through 12th grade. She is an exceptional educator and has created countless opportunities for our students and sight for generations. Mrs. Padilla is a graduate of Bloomington High School and was one of the first AVID teachers in the region and within the county of San Bernardino. Her willingness to begin and support this program over the years has created a lasting impact on the students and community of Bloomington. Sadly, this is Lisa's last year at BHS, and she will be retiring. However, the legacy that she leaves behind will continue to impact the lives of her students and the families in the community for years to come. One of her colleagues had this to say about Lisa. What can I say about you, Lisa, that has not been said? I will venture to try. Thank you for your dedication, hard work, and humility. To know you is to love you, Lisa. Thank you for your service to the district, BHS, and your fellow teachers. Thank you for bleeding blue and staying gold for more than 30 years. You epitomize grace, longevity, and love. Some may say that I am selfish. I am glad that I am leaving right behind you, Lisa. BHS will not be the same without you. It is a pleasure knowing you all of these years, Lisa. You will indeed be missed. Another colleague shared, Lisa was a stage manager for the plays, the musicals at BHS, always helping to make sure productions were safe, ran smoothly, and looked their best. Lisa is also the reason we still have our original alma mater. When I came to BHS in 2002, there was no known copies of the alma mater that had both the words and the notes. There were copies of the words by themselves and a band arrangement for the melody, but no copy that showed how the words fit with the notes. To make matters worse, somehow along the lines, a band director had rearranged a melody so the band version didn't fit the words. Lisa, having been a student who actually learned and remembered the alma mater, volunteered to record herself singing the melody so that I could transcribe it to the musical notations. She made me swear that no one would ever hear that recording, a promise that I have kept. But without her, we would have lost that connection to the past of our school. She is Bloomington High School. She connects our current reality to our past in ways that few other teachers can or will. Lisa's students had so many great things to say about her, and I would like to take a moment to share some of their thoughts to demonstrate the impact that she has had on our students. One student said, I have had Mrs. Padilla as my avid teacher for 2 years now, and I would have to say she is a truly amazing teacher. She has taught me everything that I need to know about my future and is willing to answer my questions. I have no matter how silly they may sound. Besides the teaching part, Mrs. Padilla is an overall genuine person. She is kind, sweet, funny, and a caring person. Thank you, Mrs. Padilla, for everything you have done for me and my classmates. Another student said, Mrs. Padilla has been my avid teacher for the past 2 years. She is the most caring and thoughtful person I know. Mrs. Padilla makes sure that we are learning and staying on track, but most importantly, having fun. She treats her students like her own and is very understanding. A third student said, Mrs. Padilla has been one of my teachers for 2 straight years. I would say that she has been the best teacher I have had in my high school career. She gives us our own independence when working in class, but always makes sure that we stay on task and supports us in what we are doing. She is very kind and compassionate as well in the sense that she understands her students and always makes sure that to encourage them and push them to do their best. Mrs. Padilla has been a big motivator in my life because in the past 2 years, she has been pushing me to do my very best at everything that I do in school. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Another student said, Mrs. Padilla is not only an outstanding teacher, but also a remarkable human being. Once entering her classroom, she will immediately make you feel welcomed. She teaches with so much passion, making every lesson engaging and fun by connecting with her students. She also never fails to consistently check up with and on her students, showing that she genuinely cares for them. Mrs. Padilla is a kind and helpful individual. She would go and offer aid to students who need help with materials such as college admissions essays by reviewing them and offering her support and her thoughts. Mrs. Padilla has this positive vibe. As an AP literature student, it is clear to me that the way that she teaches is vastly different from any other teacher on campus. Mrs. Padilla is very collaborative and loves to have every student participate. What sets her aside from other teachers is the way that she will help you grow in areas that you may be lacking in. She hones in on what you can improve on and will take the time to help you. From becoming a better writer to improving your literature comprehension, the least that I can say is she is amazing. As you can tell, Mrs. Padilla is loved by her students and colleagues and is an asset to our site and our district. I am very thankful to have a dedicated educator like her on our campus, and she will truly be missed by everyone. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Padilla for receiving this well-deserved recognition.
One more round of applause for Mrs. Padilla. Up next, we have our management recipient for our recognition. Tonight, I would like to call up Mr. Charles Neighbors, principal at Grand Terrace High School. I will be reading a speech that has been created on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to take this opportunity to recognize and applaud an exceptional leader within our school district, Mr. Charles Neighbors, principal at Grand Terrace High School. His commitment to our health and educational prosperity of our community merits our utmost appreciation. Under his guidance, numerous events hosted on his campus have achieved resounding success, a testament to his team's preparation and his effective communication. Mr. Neighbors' dedication to promoting health and wellness extends far beyond the surface level participation, reflecting a profound commitment to fostering well-being throughout the school and community. Furthermore, it is with great pride that we announce Grand Terrace High School's recognition as the 2023-24 Project Lead the Way Distinguished School for the second consecutive year. This esteemed accolade underscores GTHS's dedication to empowering students to thrive in an ever-evolving world, yielding exemplary outcomes through the Project Lead the Way programs. Congratulations to Grand Terrace High School on this remarkable achievement. In addition, Mr. Neighbors' exceptional leadership has also earned Grand Terrace High School the esteemed title of 2024 California Distinguished School. This prestigious recognition is a testament to his visionary leadership and his ability to inspire excellence amongst his colleagues and students alike. Through his guidance, Mr. Neighbors has fostered an environment that not only fosters academic achievement, but also fosters continuous growth across all aspects of the school community. Charles Neighbors epitomizes the essence of educational leadership. Renowned for his compassionate demeanor and efficient administration, his innovative approach has propelled GTHS to unprecedented heights, marking it as only the second school since 1985 to receive this esteemed award. In just 2 short years, the tangible results and data unequivocally speak to Mr. Neighbors' transformative impact. Thank you, Mr. Neighbors, for your outstanding contributions and for setting a shining example of dedication and leadership in the field of education.
All right, thank you. Obviously, with all those successes, there's a lot of people I have to thank. So first, I would like to thank Dr. Miranda, and the board. A lot of the great things we do are approved by you and funded by you, so thank you so much. I appreciate that. Executive Cabinet, the support that your departments give us, a school cannot be successful alone, so thank you very much. Dr. Dade, as the Grand Terrace cohort person in charge, as well as a mentor, you've helped my leadership grow, so thank you. I appreciate that. I don't see Dr. Mooney here, but Dr. Mooney, first day I showed up to Grand Terrace, they said, "Oh, guess what? It's a WASC year." Oh, fun. So Dr. Mooney helped me with that and navigate that, as well as he's my go-to person for a lot of things. So I definitely owe a lot to him. My family, please stand up. My girlfriend, my mom, and my daughter. My son couldn't make it because he's working to help put himself through college, as well as my daughter who's dancing, and I may or may not be a dance dad. No, not going to admit that. But she is very committed, and she will definitely not leave a dance for this, but I appreciate her. The sacrifice that they provide me and allow me to, and the encouragement and support is something that I truly value and I appreciate. My admin team and Miss Afadonis, Mr. Prachi, and Miss Ravenot, she couldn't make it because she had to stay extra innings, 9 innings, to have us move on in CIF for baseball. So let's give our baseball team a round of applause. Their support, they are the unheralded group of people who do a lot, but don't get a lot of the accolades, so I appreciate them. Also, our security supervisor, Frankie Maestas, he's been a great addition. Someone described this person as the backbone of GT, Roberta McDonald. I couldn't thank her enough for everything she does for our school and our community. She is my true partner, and I look every day at 8 o'clock for our meeting. Yes, I show up every day at 8 o'clock. Don't try to say I'm a couple minutes late. So I definitely appreciate that. Also, mention a lot of our activities. Marcos Ruiz, who's right there, I think he needs a round of applause. We always have a bet on who stays later, and usually I lose on that one. And one of the things that we have, our motto is be great, graduate. And we have another one that says one team. And that is one thing that I think that really unites us and makes us successful. Success, whether it's individual or group, is not dedicated on one person. It takes a team. And so our classified, our teachers, everybody, our community, our parents, our students that came, while this word says my name or recognition says my name, really this is just recognition of our school and everything we do, and I just really appreciate it, so thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Neighbors. Our next award is our Education Partner Award. Our Education Partner Award recognition recipient goes to Mr. Om Kong Tang, local business owner and president of Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation, and honoring him this evening is Dr. Anthony Ortiz, Assistant Superintendent of Student Services.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Dr. Miranda, members of the audience. It's my honor to speak today about an individual whose efforts have significantly enriched our school district and helped extend our reach into the community, thereby amplifying the educational experiences of our students. I'm speaking none other than Mr. Om Kong Tang, a visionary whose contributions we recognize for the Education Partner Award. Mr. Kong Tang has exemplified what it means to not only serve as a supported business owner, but also as a leader dedicated to the future of education. He currently serves as the president of our newly formed Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation. From the foundation's inception, his proactive approach has not only set the foundation in motion, but has also ensured its growth through diligent outreach for scholarship donations. These efforts reflect a deep commitment, opening doors for our students now and in the future. Mr. Kong Tang's generosity extends beyond donations. As an incredibly supportive business owner, his contributions to support district events have played a key role in enhancing educational experiences outside the traditional classroom setting. These contributions have brought to life events that weave together the fabric of our community, making learning accessible and inspirational. His beliefs in our district's vision for students is evident in every action he takes. Through his active involvement and support, Mr. Kong Tang helps to turn our aspirations into tangible outcomes that benefit not just our students, but the broader community. For these reasons and many more, Mr. Contang stands out as a deserving candidate for the Education Partner Award. Thank you, Mr. Contang, for your invaluable contributions, relentless support, and positive leadership in our community. And I don't have flowers for him, but I have a Tomorrow's Leaders candy bar, which you cannot buy in stores, but you can get one for a small donation of $500 to help out the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz, for the kind words. Board President Ibarra, board members, Dr. Frank Miranda, Superintendent, Executive Board. As he mentioned, I'm involved in a lot of different things here in the community. As a product of Colton Joint Unified School District, Terrace View Elementary, Terrace Hills Elementary, Colton High grad, 1997. It's an honor to be up here, and it's a pleasure to be able to give back to the community. Seeing the kids up here earlier has been a blessing because I was a senior class president in 1997, and see these kids as future leaders and being able to be involved is good. As Dr. Ortiz says, I'm involved in a lot of different things. I do got a team here, as you guys know. The original part of this was one of the things I'm involved in is the print company. So I would like to recognize, they're actually here today. They just came from the shop. So the district's given us the opportunity to help with all the schools, and it's a pleasure. And I tell the team, if there's great people all over and having the opportunity to support the district, it's been a blessing. So I'd actually like to recognize some of the members that are here. They're busy doing banners and things as graduations and stuff come like that. So I'd like to recognize some of the members here. I got my sales manager, Steve Munoz. If you can see, stand up. Thank you for your help. Okay. I got Ray Jimenez, who's my production manager. Please stand up. Thank you. I got Jose Arroyo, who's my printer. Thank you, Jose. And I got the one that keeps the glue in the office, Jessica Telkamp. Thank you for being here. And last but not least, as people know me, I'm involved in a lot of things, but my beautiful wife, Lynn Contang's here, and she keeps it together. So once again, like you said, it's a team effort, and I appreciate everyone's support because it can't be done alone. So thank you and have a good night.
One more round of applause for Mr. Contang. And that concludes our presentation for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cervantes and Mr. Enciso. It's interesting, as Owen was talking, and he mentioned that he graduated from Colton High School in 1997. I'm thinking that I probably gave him his diploma.
I was there. You did.
Yes.
And mine.
And I gave you your diploma too. So that just came to mind. Okay. Let's go right into 4.0, which is our public comments. Board bylaws 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda and non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So, the first card, and we're blessed to have an individual that's here that just so happened to drop by. I want to have Mr. Albert Gonzalez, who is the president of CSBA, please come forth.
Thank you, President Ibarra, Superintendent
Welcome.
Miranda, and trustees. And I say trustees because the community, staff, everybody entrusts you to do the right thing for the district here. And what I would say is just in my short time of being here, I can tell you that you guys are doing great things here. I mean, the board meetings, I'm uplifted just being here and listening to the different presentations that are going on. And I think it's something that's, usually, especially one of the things that we've seen with board meetings, that's not something that you see, but definitely it's great being here, great being a part of, just being able to speak to you as far as from CSBA. So this year, I am the president of CSBA. I'm from the Santa Clara Unified, which is a little bit north of San Jose. And we say it's the heart of Silicon Valley, the new home of the 49ers, but definitely I would say my heart is also with SoCal. I was born in LA. My first school was here at Lockwood Elementary in front of LA City College. And so I have family in both north and south, and I consider this, all my the state, the Golden State, right? So I think that is something that, just from my perspective, it's one of the things that I like, that I have family throughout the state, and it's something that I enjoy, and we'll probably see some family tonight. But what I would say is that CSBA is here to assist in any way. We have different services, new legal services, and CASBO. With CASBO, we have a new Golden Alliance with Technology. But definitely wanted to drop by and see the great things that you're working on. And I can just tell you, Think Together is something that we don't have in our district. I've known Randy for a dozen years now, and I've been trying to work on getting things together up there. So you guys are doing great things here, and I could attest to that. I'm an outsider, just for staff and the community. I could tell you that just what I've seen here from the meeting and from learning about the district here, you guys are doing good things. So thank you with the leadership, staff, cabinet, and the teachers that are here. The future is entrusted to you, and I can see that the future is bright. And I would say that, anything that I could do from CSBA, concerns, legislation, things that I know that our staff is working on, we're definitely there to support the district and make sure that we can help you push the needle and make sure that all of our students succeed and reach their full capacity. So I have a couple of cards. Unfortunately, that's the one thing I always don't do. I don't always carry cards, and I did bring some cards today, but yeah, if you can, just go ahead and pass them down and take a picture. My cell phone's on there, my email's on there. Any question you may have, any concerns, issues, let me know, and I can definitely try to get those addressed. I don't have all the solutions. I don't have all the answers. CSBA is a big tent, and we have a lot of folks that work for us, but definitely I will make sure that we can hopefully address the issue or concerns or how we stand on legislation or something to make sure that we keep you up to date on things like that and the budget as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
And thank you for dropping by. Okay, the second card is Zimmerman Singh.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Simran Singh. I live here locally, a local businessman, run a global nonprofit around the Sikh faith, and so a lot of the Sikh community reaches out anytime there's an incident. Due to the time, I'll get straight to it. So there's multiple children that are in Colton Unified, Riverside Unified, locally, that have been experiencing a huge increase in bullying to the point where children are getting suicidal. I, before coming, wanted to look up who all of you are, sitting here, watching everyone that's a part of this district. I've garnered enough to know that you are wise, you are intelligent, and you're empathetic. And that made me very happy to see. So I want to share a story. One of such children, they go to the middle school here, Terrace Middle School, and he for the last year would go to school. He ties a turban, just like myself, and he would get bullied physically, mentally, verbally, repeatedly. And every day he would get in the car and he would tell his mom, "It's okay. I'm a son of God. I can figure this out. This is not a big problem. Our forefathers have been through worse." And he would do that every single day for the whole year, up until 2 months ago, when I feel like his will was broken. And I think his will was broken because no matter which avenue he took, he saw bullying, either against other kids. A few times he stepped in when autistic children were being bullied. And by no means is this child an introvert. He is absolutely extroverted. He is a light inside of a room. His will began to break. We saw he would get in the car, he would be silent, he would go home, not play video games, stare at the wall. And we started realizing there were children that are larger than him that are bullying him, forcing themselves on him. And he tried. He took it up the pole. He spoke to everyone. He reached out to me, reached out to his parents. He did everything that you're supposed to do by the book. Now, this kid is a monster in the boxing ring, but not once did he raise his hand. Now, what that meant for us was, okay, let's figure this thing out. We put a complaint into the school board, and we had already shifted him from Riverside Unified to here because we had heard such good things. When the complaint was put in, one of the responses we received was, transition your kid out back to Riverside. That was not acceptable. The next thing we did was speak to the school. They did not have a solution. His parents moved him to private school. The school cheered him. Thank God that this kid, who is brilliant, is given the opportunity to move to a different school district. Now, not every parent can do that. I'm concerned for the dozens of Sikh, Indian, honestly, any type of families that are moving in because of the new developments. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Call to action. I just wanted to ask, I'm very excited that the new assistant principal, who I think has left now, is coming in. And I ask and I beg that you guys give her your full support. I've seen the rules and guidelines. There's a lot of rules that I wish we were following suit with some of LAUSD. Phone usage, clothing, security. Security was on the phone. When I went to the school myself, children were hollering and hooting at me as if I walked into a prison, yelling racial slurs, not just at me, but at the child's parents. I felt like I had walked into a prison. My chest was closing in, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The wall said, be respectful, be safe, and be responsible. I saw security guards on their phone not being responsible. I saw an environment that's not safe for people of my color. And I saw a place that deserves a leader that will step in and bring the hammer down, bring discipline back, love back into these children. And I hope and pray that this beautiful leadership will give their support to tightening down. I'm watching children making out, wearing sports bras. These are things that don't allow my demeanor to think that I'm being conservative or misogynist in any way. These are things of discipline that lead children to acting and behaving better. Thank you for allowing me the extra 2 minutes.
Dr. Miranda?
You're more than welcome. Mr. Singh, what we're going to do, because we want to continue hearing what you have to say, is our superintendent, Dr. Miranda, will contact you and set up a meeting so that we could follow up and have further discussion.
I appreciate that, sir.
Dr. Ortiz will get your information, and then we'll set up a meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming and bringing this issue to our attention.
Have a beautiful evening.
Lisa Villa.
Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the audience. My name is Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. Apparently, some people are barely recognizing that I've been that same person that has been speaking at the school board meetings for more than 3 years now, and they don't really know who I am or why. So let me clarify to you a little bit about who I am. So as we move forward in our boardroom date nights, you can have more of an understanding and can empathize with me when I complain and bring facts to the board. I was born and raised here in Colton. My husband and I have provided and raised for 14 children together. All of them came through the Colton School District. We are Yellow Jackets, and our parents are also went to Colton High. I am a 35-year employee of this district with hundreds of student success stories under my belt. I am a certified nursing assistant. I work the graveyard shift at the local hospital. I have been a trained volunteer as a crisis counselor for the victims of sexual assault for the county of San Bernardino for over 15 years. I have 20 grandchildren with 2 Yellow Jackets that have already graduated, 1 that's graduating in just 3 weeks, and 3 granddaughters who will be graduating all at one time next year. I have many more grandkids that will be coming through. So yes, I am a serious stakeholder. Thankfully, I also have a student club called Colton Pride, which we do a lot of things to promote school and community pride. I'm a member of the Colton Women's Club. I have many other hats that I wear, but I mentioned the main hats I wear. For a hobby, I rescue dogs. I currently have 7 rescue dogs that I have rescued from the city of Colton. One is actually from Mexico, but he is from Colton now. But let me tell you about my mom. At 45 years old, she did not even have her high school diploma. After my special needs sister died, she went back to school, got her diploma, got a teaching degree, became an English teacher at Colton High School, and eventually became the head of the English department there at Colton High. She was a well-respected teacher. The reason I'm telling you about my mom is that because that drive and passion that she has had in her to achieve her goal is the same drive and passion that I have in my heart too, to continue with my journey to keep speaking up for my Colton community, hoping that one day the Colton School Board will listen and take action to the endless facts that I bring to you, instead of letting them fall on deaf ears. My Colton community matters. I will never give up, just as you wouldn't if it was yourself, your kids, or your family, if they were treated unfairly. I know you think I will eventually go away, but unfortunately, I'm not. Because we need leaders that make decisions that we want, need, and that make sense. A lot of the decisions you make are illogical, uninformative, irresponsible, unnecessary, vindictive, and unempathetic. And you say you care, you technically only care about yourselves, your family, and your friends. You will throw any one of us away in a heartbeat. Thank you.
Alondra Mateo.
You hear me? Okay, yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alondra Mateo. I'm a volunteer with the Concerned Neighbors of Bloomington. I've met all of you before. And I'm a member of the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. First of all, I want to say it's amazing to see the students do such great work and have these opportunities. As an avid alumni myself, congratulations to Colton High School on becoming a demonstration school. I am commenting today because I want to highlight that even though the superintendent speaks of achievement, equity, and wellness, the district chose to move Zimmerman Elementary next to a truck stop and accept money from a developer who's tearing down houses to build 2 warehouses. It is a discrepancy. To see CJUSD be awarded Champion of Change, while at the same time making detrimental decisions that will greatly impact the health and safety of the students. I want to ask, where is the equity for Bloomington? What is the plan of putting high-density housing next to the school? Are you expecting the families of the students who currently go to Zimmerman to give up their homes and move there for their safety? What's the plan? I know that there will be a presentation about it after from the architect who's here today. But I am asking you, the board, what's the plan? How will you help the students? Are you monitoring the mental health impact and the overall health wellness of all the students and their families? How will you help the students who develop asthma, allergies, or other respiratory issues from having to breathe in an additional level of pollution in an area that is already the most polluted in the country? These are my questions for you today. I encourage you to continue involving parents, students, and community into the process of building the new Zimmerman. And I encourage you to take a drive around the Bloomington Business Park area and the West Valley Logistics area, which is right next to there. Look at the destruction and the impact that the logistic industry is causing. To the public here today, whoever's remaining, I want to remind you that our communities should not have to give up their health, comfort, and sanity for economic progress, especially for an industry that results in jobs that frankly don't pay enough, especially for a rising high cost of living, especially jobs that provide minimal benefits to their workers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card is Social Pedrosa.
Good evening, Board President, and all the board. This is the first time I'm able to address such a board, and I would like to address the concerns that I have for also the Zimmerman Elementary School. I know that it has been approved by the truck stop, but the whole Bloomington area is a highway. It's a very transited and high velocity. It's a lot of accidents. Just in front of my house 2 years ago, the whole family was run over. You go through Cedar, you see 5, 6 different, crosses where people have been killed in accidents. It's a lot of racing. We don't have highway patrol. We don't have. There's basically we have no police. There's no lights. So a lot of the accidents are not going to be avoided if you put even the bridge that is being addressed or proposed. There's a lot of people with grandparents. We can't go up the stairs. What about the people with wheelchairs, little kids? I see in Zimmerman, my grandson goes to Zimmerman, and I see a lot of kids that walk by themselves. That Cedar, that whole highway there, it's very, very dangerous. So I know that Zimmerman also serves as an overflow for Sycamore Hills. So where those parents from Sycamore Hills are going to have to drive even further, because the ones that do live by the Stater Brothers and all that area, the developers put a high-density houses there, but then where did the money go? Why didn't they make a bigger school? All those kids that are overflowing from there go to Zimmerman. So now that although 200 or so families that are displaced from Bloomington now they're going to have more space, and supposedly at Zimmerman, but then we can see that there's another proposed high-density buildings there for housing. So is that what the whole purpose is, to make bigger houses for more income taxes? And you displace families for one house for an acre lot. Now you can put 8, 10 houses there. Are they going to have enough space in Zimmerman? I don't think so. At the end of all, if they assess that it's not a good place to put Zimmerman, I think they should be reconsidered to move it at least to the other side of Cedar, so we don't have to walk that way. So our grandchildren we don't have to be worried about getting run over or cross a bridge. That it's how high it's going to be, because it's going to be 18-wheelers. That's all that is going to be in the traffic in that area, 18-wheelers. They don't stop at 20, 30 miles. It takes a long time for them to stop. It's going to be a lot of traffic with a lot of accidents. And money is not an issue, I believe. So all those big developers, I'm pretty sure they can go and find another place, at least to the other side. Next to the high school, Bloomington High School, there is an empty lot there that they demolished for businesses and also for warehouses. Maybe they can swap and put the elementary there, and the high school kids can go with their brothers around the same area, and parents can just drive that way, and we don't have to go and cross Cedar. And then it's next to another elementary school. It's a lot of traffic. It's very, to me, is not, it doesn't fall into logic. And that's it.
Any more cards, Joanne? Nope, thank you. Okay, we're going to move right into our administrative presentation 5.0. At this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Miranda to speak on tomorrow's Leaders Foundation.
Board President and board members this evening and Executive Cabinet. So I'm going to introduce our president of our Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation, who's going to do the presentation this evening. We've already heard a little bit from him. He received the Partner Award this evening, and well-deserved. I'll tell you that about a year ago, we had a vision about starting a new foundation in our district. And I talked to a lot of the board members about this. And we wanted to piggyback off the Apple Foundation and the great work that they did. And they gave so many scholarships over the years. And so we have to honor that. And I think Katie's here somewhere. She was one of those founding board members from the Apple Foundation. And so I remember when I was told about the foundation, Apple Foundation, not going to be existing anymore, I said, how do we keep this going? What's going to take over or start a new foundation? And so I started having conversations with many of you and many folks. And one of the first people I reached out to and to be president to lead this foundation was Ohm. And he was the perfect choice to lead this foundation as president, this newly found foundation to make dreams happen for our kids. He talked about that. So I'm going to turn it over to Ohm because we have a presentation tonight. We're thrilled, and some of our board members are part of the foundation already. And you saw some already, the impact on Tuesday at the Tomorrow's Leaders event, and you saw the scholarships that were given. We already gave 12. So I don't want to take away his thunder, but I'd like to introduce our president of the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation, Mr. Ohm Katang. So Ohm, come over, and let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda, for the kind words. Once again, good evening, Board President Miranda, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and the staff and the community, excuse me. I'm Ohm Kongtang, the president of the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation. As you guys heard me earlier, it's an honor to be in this position, actually being a product of this district. And I'm gonna share you some stories, being that kid at Colton High School, that $200 scholarship made a difference. I'm a local kid out here, University of Redlands, and it's great to bring it back. And I'm honored to be here in front of you guys. And with all the support we have, it's going to be a fun ride. And you guys are going to see we're going to enjoy it. Okay. So when we started this journey, okay, there was just very simple and powerful idea that this group had. Right. Every student in this district should deserve the opportunity to pursue their dreams and reach their full potential. Every single student in this district, okay? Colton Joint Unified School District is great. And you guys will see in future events that we have, there's a lot of alumni from the school district that have done great things. And I'm gonna bring them back to this district to share their story, okay? Like I tell the kids, whether it's college, okay, trade schools, military service, whatever path they choose, we believe in providing them the support and the resources they need to succeed. That's the goal of this foundation and why it's created, and how Dr. Miranda said, just sort of piggyback what we had. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of share what we've done so far in the short term on where it's been. So if you guys look, let me see the presentation here. Next slide, please. Oh, is it me? Oh, sorry, I got the clicker. I apologize. Going back to the purpose, I just sort of rent that without the slide here. So let me just give you a quick update on how it's created and where it's been, right? So we were founded early 2024, okay? Board of directors were appointed December 7th of 2023. So we've only been around a short period of time. And I'm gonna share some fun successes that we've had so far. With a good group of people and support from everybody, we're gonna make this very, very modern. We got a website that's live, so if you guys can take a look at that, tomorrowsleadersfoundation.org. If you guys wanna donate, that'd be fantastic. We've already launched different fundraising efforts, people from the community, people from the board. It's been fantastic. In the short 2-3 months we've been here, we've raised over $25,000 so far. If you guys were able to be at the event on Tuesday, really thank the Tomorrow's Leaders event that let us join to launch our foundation. We were able to give out 12 $500 scholarships to kids. It was just great to see all the kids excited, and that's just a start. I told the team here, that's just a start, okay? My goal here is to provide every kid that needs something where they need to go to be successful. So I'm excited about what's to come, and I hope the crowd here gets to join the foundation, and it's gonna be a big, great foundation to be part of, and it'll be fun things to come. So I do have some board members here, because like we talked about, just this whole district, right? It takes a village to make things work. I'm just an individual, but I got great team members here. I'd like to introduce some folks from the board that are here, okay? R.C. Heredia couldn't make it. He told me earlier, he lives out in El Segundo. Another, Colton High alumni. He was actually ASB president before me, so it's great to see local people giving back. It's exciting, okay? I do have Rosa Dominguez, our secretary. Rosa, if you can come on up, please. She's also did a lot of stuff for the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation. Can you give her a round of applause? Rosa Dominguez. Thank you, Rosa. Emma Diaz, who's also another educator, couldn't make it tonight, so give her a round of applause. We got board member Bertha Flores, who sits up here. Give a donation. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it. Board member Dan Flores, he's part of the board. Thank you so much, Dan. Dr. Frank Miranda, thanks for spearheading this. It's gonna be a fun ride, so thank you, Dr. Miranda. I got Sochi Setlitz, who's the head Bloomington counselor. We also got Israel Fuentes. Thank you, Israel, for all your efforts and support. And one person I really want to thank, she's not part of the board, but she's actually our consultant that helped us put all this together, right? Become a nonprofit and all that. So I'd like to recognize Ginger Olchiveres. Please come on up. Thank you. So as I mentioned, this is just the beginning. I really want the group to see this foundation. I feel like we haven't been a full year, so I told the team we're gonna get another full school year together to see what we can provide. So I really hope the community, the board members, the staff, the school district, really help us build a legacy of support for Colton Joint Unified School District. It's a great place to work, great place to be. There's a lot of great individuals out there that come from this district that I hope to bring to share their story, that are doing great things across the country, across the world. So I appreciate the opportunity. I hope I have the opportunity to continue to show our progress. We plan on having great events and things like that to share what's going on, and just looking for collaborations and partnerships with community members, business members, educators, private businesses, and build the foundation. So I'll take any questions. I appreciate the time and giving us some space to introduce our foundation. And we'd like to thank everyone for being here, and thank you everyone for the support, especially the board for allowing us to partner with you guys to make Colton Joint Unified School District and have the kids have a better tomorrow. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. At this point, are there any questions from any of the board members? Any comments? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Of course, I want to thank everybody that's part of making this foundation happen. To reiterate, this is a volunteer effort. It truly is. Folks that are giving their time, their talent, and yes, their money, folks. It takes money to run a nonprofit, trust me. I know. And the impetus behind this was, this really shouldn't have been just a school district effort, right? There was some discussion early on about what is this going to look like? What's it going to really do for the community? And I think we knew that if we kept it just sort of within the district or within this arena of the education and the administrators, it wasn't going to ever reach its full potential, because the point of this is to not simply add strictly value to the education environment, but to go beyond that and say, how do we add value to the lives of the students that live in the district and the community that's impacted by that? And we have business leaders and we have community members that are the driving force on the board, because the reality is the quality of the students that we produce impact the workforce that you have tomorrow, right? We know that. Those that hire and fire and look to bring folks into organization. The strength of a community rests on the quality of the education that they provide and the people that come to those communities, typically because of good schools and safe communities and great job opportunities. So I want to thank all of you for giving your time, your money, your talent, your energy, and it's just the beginning. And what I would reiterate is this table is one that really can just get bigger and bigger, and that we bring more folks to the table that want to bring not just resources to fund the scholarships, but ideas about expanding capacity into vocational training, into workforce development and career development, and inspiring our kids to really understand that there are so many career opportunities out there, things that they've never even explored, and if we can just light a little fire, a spark is all it takes, it'll take off, right? It'll spread like wildfire, and our kids will have an incredible opportunity. But I want to thank you, certainly, not only from myself, but I think the full board and everybody here, that we recognize the work that goes into this on top of the daily lives that you have, the jobs, the careers, the businesses that you're running. So it means a great deal to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Israel.
I want to ditto what Dan Flores said. Also, I want to thank our first ever donors that we had for the foundation. We were able to bless 12 students at the Tomorrow's Leaders event. I know it was $500, but $500 is going to go a long way for these young men and women that got this money. And if you're listening out on YouTube or you're present here, it's about supporting a good cause. And this is the opportunity for you to support a good cause. We could take it out of your paycheck, $1, $5. It doesn't matter what it is. The opportunity that you're giving that child, that student, to be able to go to that career tech, vocational school, to become a CNA, an RN, police officer, if they go to a university, a college, whatever it is, you're helping them pay for books, for a computer, a laptop, a Chromebook, whatever it is, so that they can become successful. And that's what we want to see. That's why we call it Tomorrow's Leaders, because today we're here, tomorrow they're here. And that's the opportunity. So I want to thank our donors, our first ever donors, because we were able to bless 12 students. And I just want our donors to hear and understand that they are a blessing to our district for doing what they did. Once again, thank you. I want to thank the leadership for Tomorrow's Leaders, both Flores, both Flores that are here, all of you that are up there, for being part of this and for giving me the opportunity to sit on that board as an alternate, because it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity, and hopefully one day we could have some of you be part of that board also. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Israel. And I just want to make a quick comment. For those who had the opportunity to be at Colton High School on Tuesday, just the look on those students' faces was incredible. When the young woman from Bloomington High School won the car, Grand Terrace, excuse me. I just looked at her face, and at first she was stunned because she was just looking at the ticket that said winner. And not until the DJ says, if you have it, raise your hand, then she finally went up real slow. And it was just that whole excitement that she portrayed. And I had an opportunity to talk to the father, and he was so excited. But everyone was thanking the foundation, the school district, for giving these students who are doing well in their education opportunity to get rewarded in a sense. And for all those individuals who participated, all those individuals who volunteered, all those who were donors, I mean, it was just an incredible event. And I just want to take my hats off to you, because you're the catalysts of what made that happen. But I just want to add one more thing. A few months ago, Dr. Miranda, I was talking to him, and he goes, Frank, what do you think? And he brought the Tomorrow's Leaders idea to me. And he sat, and I told him, I think that's a wonderful idea. That's a great idea. So we also want to acknowledge Dr. Miranda, because he was the one who was thinking about it, knew that we can do it. He was the catalyst behind that. So I just want to congratulate you, Dr. Miranda, on a first good year. I believe what Ohm says. I'm curious to see what we could do next year. And one of the things I was telling Dr. Miranda on Tuesday is, you know what we need to do? And you guys might like it or might not like it. I go, we need to make T-shirts for every one of those students saying, I'm a tomorrow's leader, so that they could advertise that at school, in the community, to their parents, everywhere. Because if we see 200 wear them, maybe next year we'll see 400 wear them, and et cetera. So I think that that's a good idea. So I had mentioned that to Dr. Miranda. I go, next time we need to do something like that. He goes, we can do that. So anyway, I just want, I just want to say just a wonderful thing that what you did, and it came off really well for those who had opportunity to be there or to see it on Facebook. I've seen a lot of clips of it, particularly of the young lady dancing, you know, in front of the car and so forth. So just want to say thank you. Frank, any other words?
Again, we have an amazing board president for the foundation, and we have an amazing board. I will say this, excuse me, as my voice goes out, is I do need to thank behind the scenes, the Vanessa Lepe, that's Dr. Ortiz's administrative assistant, who's doing a lot of the work administratively for us. Dr. Ortiz, for, I mean, anytime I reach out to him, he says, I just do it, because he has Christy Padilla back there, who is always working and with us at our meetings. And by the way, the board meetings that we have are the best. Thank you, Om. They are fun to go to because he makes it fun, and I love that word, and joyful to be part of something that's going to make an impact. And when you're having fun and doing this for students, it doesn't get better than that. So thank you, Om. You're an amazing leader. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much to all of you. Yeah, let's give them a... Okay, let's go ahead and take care of some business here. Action items, items 6.1 through 6.47. At this time, I would ask anyone if there's any items that you'd like to consider separately. If not, I would recommend we take the whole slate together. Not hearing any? And Joanne, nothing that you need to bring to my attention? No? Okay, with that, let's go and see. So we're taking a look at, is there a motion to approve action items 6.1 through 6.47 with the exception of 6.19 and 6.28, which was withdrawn at the adoption of the agenda.
I'll motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Bertha, and I think I heard Pat first. Okay. So we do have a motion for approval. Bertha Flores, and second by Board Member Pat Harrell to approve action items 6.1 through 6.47, with the exception of 6.19 and 6.28. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain? So on a motion by Bertha Flores and second by Pat Harrell, and on a 7-0 vote, the board will approve action items 6.1 through 6.47, with the exception of 6.19 and 6.28, which was withdrawn at the adoption of the agenda. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move right into 7.0, a CFD number 2, item 7.1, adoption of resolution number 24-64, CFD-2, establishing the annual special tax levy for fiscal year 2024-25 for the Community Facility District number 2. I will now open, well, actually close, and now open the CFD number 2 meeting. So at this point, I will ask for a motion for approval on the CFD number 2, item 7.1. Okay, thank you. Israel? And can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Dan. At this point, any questions, comments, or concerns relative to the CFD? Okay, not hearing any. We're asked to conduct a roll call vote, and Joanne, please.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval? Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Haro? Mr. Ibarra?
Yes. Okay, on a motion by Board Member Isabel Fuentes and second by Board Member Dan Flores and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approves CFD number 2 item 7.1 as presented. At this point, I will adjourn the CFD 2. And now I will open the 8.0 CFD number 3, which is item 8.1, adoption of resolution for number 24-65 CFD 3, establishing the annual special tax levy for fiscal year 2024-25 for Community Facilities District number 3. So at this point, I will entertain a motion for approval for CFD number 3, item 8.1.
I'll move the item.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Second.
All right. We do have a motion by Dan Flores and second by Bertha Flores to approve CFD number 3, item 8.1 as presented. And we also need to take a roll call vote. So, Joanne, please.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Haro? Mr. Ibarra?
Yes. Okay, on a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and second by Board Member Bertha Flores and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approves CFD number 3, item 8.1 as presented. Okay, at this point, I will adjourn the CFD 3 meeting and open up the regular board meeting of Cone Joint Unified School District and announce for the remaining action items on the agenda, the board will be acting as the board of the Cone Joint Unified School District. We will move right into 9.0, administrative reports. Item 9.1, approval of disbursements. If there's any questions, if not, we move on to item 9.2, which is a facility update, and I'd like to please invite Director Chang to the podium, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the audience. We're pleased and excited to be here tonight to present the schematic design for the new Zimmerman Elementary School. So since the previous Zimmerman Elementary presentation was made to the board last year, staff and our architect design team, DL Architects, been working diligently on the development of the design, incorporating comments received from the board, feedback from the community symposium, working with the various input stakeholders from executive cabinet to principals and various departments. So the goal of tonight's presentation is to receive feedback from the board on the design and request a consensus from the board to continue to move forward in the next phase of the design. So at this time, I'd like to turn over the podium to our design partner, Brian Linner and Trevor Acoma with DLR Group.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Dr. Miranda, Superintendent, and members of the audience. Really thankful to be here finally to talk about the development of this wonderful project. And as always, it's fun to be here and see the life of your district on display. You guys have a great community, great student population. I've been told I've got an hour and a half to present.
By whom?
So I was worried the mic was going to turn off there. So I'm going to try and go through a lot of information in about 15 minutes. But the good news is there's a lot of information in the presentation, and we can move forward. My slide. Oh, there we go. So we're not going to dwell a whole lot on the process that we've gone through. I think you've seen a lot of this information. The community symposium outreach was really productive, and we got a lot of feedback and input about how the campus could be laid out, a lot of input about how campus organization and planning should be conducted. And so we went through a process where I think when we presented last, we presented a series of potential scenarios about the grouping of the classes academically, and also we spoke at length about the potential selection of 3 different zones on your large lot that you've got to consider. We had 3 different site options, site option 1, site option 2, and site option 3, and each of the sites had a concept associated with it. But we wanted to revisit a little bit more about some continued discussion that we had about the potential site selection. We met with a bunch of state agencies and local agencies. And so we're going to have a brief discussion about traffic. And then we're also going to talk about environmental analysis, because I know it's so important for the community to talk about the influences of especially air quality on site selection. So we did meet with various agencies. We've got the California Department of Education, which helps us with site selection. They have a bunch of input that they provided, the County of San Bernardino, and also a district hired traffic consultant
that provided a lot of input on strategies of site selection and how to manage the flow of both students on foot and also parents and buses and vehicles around the site. You know, as we consider student safety, the way that students get to school in those various forms is really important. And so as we consider traffic patterns on the potential options, and you see site option 1 and site option 2 kind of shown here, the site option 1 being the top portion and site option 2 being the bottom portion. There was a lot of opinions actually that were coming from the state agencies and the county. They actually preferred predominantly site option 1 because of the access of 2 roadways to be available, Santa Ana and Larch, rather than just having Larch. And there's a number of reasons. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they're outlined here. Predominantly, it was too close a proximity to Crestmore. The amount of traffic, since both campuses would be on the same schedule, would be counterproductive. And then the idea of having both access for Santa Ana and Larch available was thought to be better for the distribution of buses and traffic and parents off of multiple streets. We did also have discussion about the potential of a secondary ingress and egress off of Cedar with some sort of roadway that would be developed on the district's property. And there was a lot of discussion about a traffic light that's at midspan on Cedar between the street that hosts Crestmore and Santa Ana. The traffic consultant actually suggested that that's probably the safest route for students to cross Cedar. And the reason being that with the pilot station, the truck station that's there, it is difficult to have students not cross, whether they cross on the north or the south side of Santa Ana. They are going to encounter truck vehicles, as the community has pointed out. But we have a controlled traffic light at midspan on Cedar that allows students to come across, and they would not have to encounter any ingress or egress of truck vehicles into that pilot station. So that is, they've identified the safest route to get from the west side to the east side of Cedar. And so fortunately, it's at a great location adjacent to your property, and we can control that pedestrian route. There's also a little spot that we're showing a potential future pedestrian bridge, as was highlighted, that would require the district to acquire property on both the west and east side, and the county is actually supportive of that now, which is a positive development, and Owen can speak more to that later. So all in all, the recommendation from all these organizations was site option 1 because of all the vehicular and with the potential safe pedestrian access across Cedar at that traffic light. That seems to be our recommendation. Now, as we move into air quality analysis, the district does have, as part of the CEQA team, an environmental consultant, which they're great. In multiple conversations with them, they've had a bunch of recommendations on how to address air quality. And one of the initial studies that they did, you can see the little graphic that shows Zimmerman and the parcel, kind of in the middle of the page, shows air quality levels just based on its current condition. And you'll see that the air quality of the current Zimmerman site is mostly green with a little bit of yellow. And our goal is to make sure that the new site has the same green and a little bit of yellow to have comparable air quality prior to the presence of any sort of warehouse with massive truck and vehicle emissions that would be planned in the future development. But you'll notice that parcel 1 on the top portion of that like little L shape is showing mostly kind of a median or that lighter green and just a tad bit of the regular green. And when we spoke with the environmental consultant, there's a bunch of mitigation measures that we can do, things that little interventions where we increase vegetation, where we can create buffer zones, do screens, and a lot of tree usage that can reduce the amount of pollutants by up to 50%, which actually gets us back to that baseline green. So just with basic mitigation measures as outlined by the environmental consultant, we can get the site air quality to be comparable with the site that you currently have in its current condition. So that's a really positive thing because it tells us that even with the conditions that we have there, with some interventions and mitigation, we can improve the air quality so that it's comparable. And then we also get to take advantage of the vehicular ingress and egress options available on site option 1. So site option 1 is still our recommendation. Now, as we also, so the student safety, obviously, first and foremost, so air quality and traffic is a positive thing, but we also heard questions about the potential use of the rest of the remainder of the site, as you guys have an asset with the site, and if there were the potential for higher density housing, I know no decision has been made, we want to make sure that whatever development we have for the elementary school campus can accommodate any future use, but it would be done so in an appropriate way to provide both the opportunity for buffer zones, for the available utilities and things of that nature. So we've conducted studies in conjunction with Owen and his team to make sure that any future development that we have on the Zimmerman campus would also allow for options for the district in the development in the future. All right, so we've addressed student safety with traffic, pedestrian access, vehicular access. We've talked about air quality. We did some initial analysis with your community and your team with the community sessions that we had. And so one of the things that's fun is, you know, the zoning of parking, buildings, and fields was rather consistent with all the options that your community put together. And so as we were considering the orientation of the campus, we really had our start with that same idea of parking. This time we're using parking as a buffer zone on the left side of the proposed site option 1, buildings in the middle, and the field, so it's just a slight rotation of a lot of the concepts that were produced. And so what we're going to do is walk you through real briefly the layout of a proposed campus, and I'm going to talk a little bit about we show bubble diagrams in the middle diagram that show just the general layout, and this is all consistent with the original ideas that your community came up with about pods and, you know, protected courtyards and things of that nature. But what you'll see is there's some options that have been developed and fleshed out. So there's the potential connection to Cedar, shown on the bottom side of that floor plan and site plan diagram, that allows for parents to come in, and they would actually exit out north on Santa Ana, so you'd have a nice clean drop-off, which would allow one-way circulation. All the while, the students would be walking on a pedestrian pathway on the south side of that walkway and would never cross with any sort of vehicles, so it'd be a really safe pathway. On the top side, where it's shown Santa Ana, we've got access for the bus drop-off and for maintenance vehicles to come in and serve through the maintenance yard and support the food service on the north portion of the site. And then on Larch, you'll see on the east side of the site, there's a dedicated kinder drop-off and parking area so that parents could walk up their children if need be. So you'll see that there's a consistent distribution of vehicles across the site, taking advantage of what CDE recommended as far as site utilization. And then you'll see at the front of the campus, one of the things that we're most excited about is we've got the NPR, the lobby, the main entrance, the food service and the lunch shelter, all these things that are really tremendous social assets for your community at the very front of the campus on the north side. So if you want to use them for community events, they're readily available and they're easy and secure. So those are all really positive things. And then lastly, you'll see that the academics are grouped around what we're calling an academic arcade, which is kind of like an internal protected quad. And you'll see in a subsequent slide in a minute the reason why we've fashioned them that way. We're actually going to do some analysis, we call it computational fluid dynamics analysis, where we look at air as if it were water moving through a space. And we're actually able to do some really sophisticated analysis that figures out where particles, if they were to come from Cedar or from Santa Ana, from trucks, whether they would get to certain spaces so that we can scientifically say whether a space is safe or not. So you'll see a little bit of that in a demonstration in just a minute. So these are studies that we're doing that are showing the initial studies of just airflow through the site. And you'll see on the left, these are initial studies that had very limited mitigation measures, and blue is good, red is more higher wind speeds. And these are the potential winds that would carry particulates, and we're not even studying the density of particulates at this point, but you can see on the left, minimal mitigation measures, a lot more red, a little bit less blue, but you can see how we're kind of circling the wagons of the buildings to provide protection in the courtyards, so you would have potentially protected outdoor learning space, which is outstanding if we can do it. And then on the right, you see with those mitigation measures, with trees and everything associated with it, put in place, and you can see most of the site is now blue. And so you can start to see those mitigation measures actually taking effect and working. And you know, the great thing about this is the state's going to require that you guys have a lot of trees. There are new code requirements that say that everything's got to be shaded. So whether or not you like trees, you're going to have them. The state's mandating it. The advantage for us is now we get to choose where those trees go to help with air quality. So we're going to be really strategic in the location of those to improve that, to improve shade, and I think comprehensively you're just going to have a tremendous net benefit. The outdoor spaces, since we're protecting these spaces, we want to be careful about how we layer the academic planning. So these are the different zones that we kind of stage for different activities. We got lunch, we've got a more civic-minded square, a performance-minded plaza, and then as you get further south, it gets more quiet and focused on academics, where all the students would be. And so there's a nice gradation of activity from socialization at the top to academics on the bottom, and then of course play. And then I just wanted to highlight the community corner, which is where the main entrance is, but as a big wide open plaza where you could use it for community events. We're also layering academic spaces, and I'll show you an image in just a moment of the life of the potential inner workings of the campus. You have a lot of internal circulation, so on bad air quality days, the students don't have to leave the buildings a lot, and there's a rich variation of academic spaces on the inside of the campus, which will help with learning. So one of the things that we're using as the baseline of the design, we've got a program of areas that's a list of spaces, and this is a brief summary that shows the areas associated with each of the proposed programs, whether it be administration, multipurpose, food service, or library. And important in this is the idea of the classrooms. How many classrooms do you have? What are they used for? Are they flex labs? Which, you know, how many kindergartens do you have? And so on and so forth. So we've worked really closely with Owen, with Dr. Miranda, the cabinet, and also we've spoken with the principal about what they need. And this is the list of what they've proposed. There are 4 after-school classrooms that we're going to be showing as potential future expansion, depending on whether funding is available from them, which gets you to a total of 35 teaching stations. The total building area is projected at 64,000 square feet. You have site acreage of 10.2 acres that we're actually going to formally develop. Instead of your 20, I think it's 29 acres total site, we're only developing just 10.2 to limit cost. The total construction cost in today's dollars is a little bit eye-popping. It's $74.5 million, which is a significant increase than what we've seen in past years, but that's due to escalation, shortages in labor, and these are all costs that are coming directly from cost estimators whose job it is to determine the costs of these things. There's also an item listed for soft costs, which is estimated roughly 20% the total construction cost, and so the total project cost comes in somewhere around $90 million. For indoor academics, we talked about that layering. So we wanted to show a little bit, these are different spaces that we've designed in DLR that show the different scales of instruction. And so this just gives you a snapshot of the different activities and learning modalities that are available for students as they move through the space. You know, it's really exciting with education today. We talk a lot about collaboration. We talk a lot about career technical education. And one of the things that's one of my favorite parts of elementary schools is that we're moving those types of activities earlier and earlier to expose students to those ideas, whether it be for engineering and robotics and things like that. And we want to provide robust, flexible spaces so that those students can really thrive in those types of things so that they're prepared when they get to middle school and high school. They're already talking and learning about coding and things like that. So these spaces will help them to learn those types of skills and activities. And then as we get to the exterior, you know, these were all the comments that were provided by the community, things that they wanted to see, the aesthetics, the tangibles. We summarized most of those comments into something that's flexible, something that's natural, something that's playful, and sheltered, obviously because of the environment. So that starts with the landscape and the vegetation, and we have a landscape concept, but you can see all those collaborative things that we're trying so hard to implement on the inside of the building. Those are going to be expressed in natural environments on the outside. So we talk frequently about Walter Zimmerman and his legacy. He had an orange orchard, so we've got a lot of trees. We're planning to have some orange trees potentially for snacks and for students to learn from within the courtyard. And then there's just a lot of opportunities for outdoor learning to pair up and match with the indoor educational environments. So this is an illustration, an aerial illustration of what the campus could look like from above. You can see all the trees, that buffer zone on the left. That's the parking lot. And then it transitions very elegantly out into the playfields on the right. We are still providing buffer and vegetation on the east side as well to shelter the kids from view of prying eyes on Larch. So it's a very protected and sheltered environment all throughout. So this is an illustration of the potential front entry courtyard that we talked about. This is the community approach. You can see the Zimmerman name, and we've got playful colors and shade structures shown up there. We've got, on the left, you've got illustrations and murals that we've used on other projects that allow a cultural expression of your community and to help branding and form the identity of your student community. So as we kind of zoom along here, this is the main entrance, single point of entry for safety and security, and then it also provides opportunities for the reception and the administrative staff to supervise the parking lot in a way that your current design does not allow. It's really hard for the parking lot and student drop-off to be observed by your current Zimmerman design. This is the Civic Square. You can see the lunch shelter on the right, which is really exciting, a really dramatic library that's in the center on the left, and then kind of a little plaza space for outdoor performances on the left. As we turn and look south along this academic arcade, you can see the library, and you start to see these kind of rolling pastoral landscape environments that allow the students to socialize, hang out, and you'll see some spots for potential learning and instruction by teachers outside. Here's some examples of that green screening that allows for vegetation, lots of shade, trees, planter boxes that are, instead of having a garden that's one specific area that nobody really gets to see, we're having the idea of a lot of campuses now are adopting where planters are adopted by a single classroom. And we're hopefully going to have those kind of distributed throughout the campus so that it makes that adoption a little bit easier. This is the growing garden on the very southern side, probably hosting the older students, but it has outdoor collaboration areas, classrooms, and the academic arcade. And then one of my favorite spots, we've got geometric openings to emphasize the youthfulness of the kinder area. So this is the kinder corner. Again, some branding, some color. But what's one of my favorite parts of this is it's a really effective kinder drop-off. As a parent, I never want to drop off my kinder students unless I could see them go into the gate. And we are making sure that that is an option so that your kinder students will be able to be pulled right up to the front and the parents will watch them enter right into the playground and be safe and secure. All right, with that, we're going to end it with the aerial and see if there are any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'll entertain any questions from the board. Dan?
Lots of questions, and there'll be lots of questions throughout this process. But first of all, let me commend all of you for the quality and the depth of the presentation. This really gives me the sense, and I think all of us, that there's a lot of thought being put into this. There's science, there's data that's backing this up. This is a tough decision in any circumstance, but particularly in this circumstance. So I feel much more confident that we've got the data. And again, there's more information still to come as we continue to analyze. But the questions that have been asked by the community, and I want to thank, these are tough questions that have to be asked. We have to care about environmental impact. We have to care about ease of access for pedestrians, for traffic. We have to care about what this will mean to the community. We're talking about a school that's been in Bloomington since 1960. And it's been a stalwart in that community. And if that school is essentially relocated, there is going to be an impact. And we need to be empathetic, we need to be understanding, but we need to have real solutions to that. So what's exciting to see is it looks like we are now being able to formulate. So on the one hand, we've got a school that's 64 years old. We've all been on that site. It's an incredibly inefficient school. It's got a lot of issues. We've got issues with HVAC systems. We've got issues with plumbing. We've got issues with restrooms. We had a homeless encampment for coming onto campus. What we have now is the opportunity to build really a state-of-the-art school, one of the most advanced, if not the advanced, elementary schools in our district and possibly in the state of California. So that's exciting. We need to let the data drive that. But I'm really excited to see that not only is it going to be a great school, but the elements of including community space. So Bloomington is bifurcated by the 10 freeway. Most of us know this. And if you spend any time in Bloomington, the south is very different than the north in the sense that it's very difficult to get across that bridge. Thankfully, they're renovating it, but it's a nightmare right now, Mr. Fuentes. And you go back and forth as a brave parent. But there isn't space south of the freeway. Ayala Park and the renovation on the north side is gorgeous. It's great. The county's done that. But there really isn't community space on the south side. And this could create that for the community, which is really exciting. I'd like for us to explore how to do that and work with the Parks and Recs district, right, that the county has down there, that we can offer maybe some kind of partnership, a joint use agreement, superintendent, maybe with the Parks and Rec district in Bloomington for use of that space. And then last, and again, there's lots of good things to talk about and the potential here, but that housing component, and I've shared this in the past, we have an opportunity as a school district to not just talk about building a great state-of-the-art, really environmentally progressive school, but when you add housing to that element, which is absolutely, we're in a crisis. The governor himself has said time and time again, we are in a crisis, and he is leading the charge at the state level with our legislature to push cities, counties, and communities. We need greater density. We need streamlined housing. We need to build more units. It's the only way you're going to make it affordable. And I would love to get to the point where we can talk about what could that housing development look like, but requiring an affordability component, because that's another big push the legislature is going in and saying, if you're going to build units, and yes, we'll streamline it, and yes, we'll get you going faster, but you've got to add an affordability element. So a certain percentage of the units have to be for low or very low income families. And that's right in our wheelhouse. Imagine how many families in Bloomington we know that are doubled up, tripled up because they can't afford rent, could have housing, brand new beautiful housing, intermixed with fair market housing. And now you add the element of walking distance to school. You've talked about pedestrian pathways. Can we create openings and access points where those pedestrian pathways intersect into the community? So now we're taking cars off the road. You can walk your kid to school, which is a great experience. We do it, not as much as we should, but we do walk our kids to school when the weather's good. And this is incredible, right? This is a unique opportunity that we have. So I'm optimistic, I'm excited, but there are questions, and we need to be responsive to the community and the questions that come up. So whether it's going to the MAC meetings, giving presentations, community groups that want us to present, I'd like for us to do that. And of course, ultimately, this only happens if the project, the industrial project moves forward. If it doesn't, there's pending lawsuit. If the plaintiffs, the proponents of that lawsuit, and it goes in the direction of where the project doesn't happen, well, guess what? The school stays where it is, right? So in some cases, nothing really changes. This is all in the case, in the instance that project does happen. Truth be told, nobody wants to leave a 64-year-old inefficient school literally 10, 20, 30 feet from a loading dock. That's what the impetus was for the conversation. Because the county approved that, the Board of Supervisors approved that project unanimously. They said it's going, like it or not, it's happening. We're trying to make the best of that difficult situation. So, but it is contingent upon that project happening. And again, there's lawsuits and other things at play. So again, that's a lot, and there's a lot to this, but I want to thank you for bringing the data and the evidence and the science so that we can make the best decision on how to design and build this school.
Thank you, Dan. I know this was a lot in a very short period of time. You did a good job. I think that as we take a look at what you've presented, there are certain areas that I think made a big difference in putting all this together. One of them was the community input, because that's integral. We need to have the community feel good about this move. As Board Member Flores just mentioned, we were put in this situation. And the Board of Supervisors were the ones who put us in that situation, despite all our efforts and how they ignored us as we tried to state our case with them. And here we are. Now, I remember the way they showed us is, if we ever seen the movie Up, that's how Zimmerman would be. If it continues to go through, our school would be surrounded, which would not be good for our students and for our community. We have an opportunity here to have a state-of-the-art elementary school, something that the community of Bloomington deserves. And I think that as you were presenting all this, I too, just like Board Member Flores, like the fact that you implemented some science. You're taking a look at the air quality. You're taking a look at how we could buffer, so that as we discuss with the community all these questions, at least they'll see that we're making an effort to rectify some of these issues, so that they'll feel more comfortable. We need to feel more comfortable. This was not an easy decision to be put in this position for our board. So I just want to say thank you. You know, I could go on and on too, but I just want to say thank you, because I think you did in a very short period of time. I think for me, I can only speak for myself as a board member, I would have loved to have that hour and a half, because this way we could soak this in a little bit more. But thank you for the presentation. It was very well done. Any other board members? Israel?
Also, I want to just kind of ditto what they've said already, so I don't have to repeat it. If not, we'll be here for another 2 hours. But I just want to thank you for kind of dotting every I and crossing every T, looking at our safety for our kids. That's my concern, the safety of our kids. It's always been a safety thing. Many of you know that I've worked with the Sheriff's Department, and I'm always looking about public safety. And the safety of our kids is one of the key things. I really like the idea of bringing that road through Cedar, through the back, and having that easy access for parents to drop off their kids, and then they can head out the other way. I mean, it's just phenomenal the way you've brought everything. I want to thank you for looking at the air quality also. Doing all of that research, all that work, because like Board President Ibarra said, we were kind of put in this place. You know, supervisors are going to make the decision, but it would look like the Up movie. You know, you would have that little cottage in the middle and all of this construction around it. And to bring this state-of-the-art school, relocate this school, bring it to today, an almost 70-year-old school, bringing it to today. As I see the pictures, I see the renderings, I can already see myself walking around that campus. I can already see the kids walking around, and I can see the little ones kind of looking around as like, wow, because we want that for them. You know, we're always looking at equity for our kids, wellness, and achievement. That is what we want for our kids. We want for our students. And that's why we want to put our students first in everything that we do. So thank you again for the presentation. Thank you for the detail on everything that you've brought to us today. And I know there's more to come and more discussion to come, but thank you for what you brought today. Thanks.
Thank you, Israel. Any other board members? Okay, Owen, I think you have something to ask of us.
Yes, just want to, you know, we made really significant progress in design, but in order to move forward, we'd like to ask consensus from the board to continue to move forward because there's a lot of steps involved, including continuing our CEQA efforts, and that will require getting a board consensus to move forward, accepting the design as presented. Obviously, there's still many opportunity that we're going to continue to update the board and the community about the process. Is this an evolutionary process? This is not carved in stone yet. This is just the beginning. But there's going to be opportunity, and we're going to be presenting to the board and updates. But it's a long process, and we'd like to at least get a consensus from the board so we can continue to move forward with other processes associated with the planning of the project.
Let me ask you this question. With your recommendation that you're making and you're asking us for consensus, are we looking at either site or particularly site one?
Site one. So in order for us to
Okay.
continue with our CEQA effort, we need to make a decision with the board.
I just want clarity on that we're,
That's right. That is correct.
yes, yes.
I think that was Board Member Flores mentioned eloquently. One of the other consideration about the getting recommendation from CDE and other agencies. And the other factor we had considered is the synergy that can be created from a housing development. There's so much, it's kind of the 1 + 1 = 3. If we're looking at some high density housing, there's going to be amenity that's required. One of the things that we're looking at is, whether some of the amenities that are required could possibly be shared, so there would be a mutual benefit from both the school district and whoever develops the project, both in terms of the service and the amenities provided, but also we could possibly look at sharing the costs as well. So there's just really a lot of synergy and great collaboration effort and potential that could arise out of between kind of looking at the whole site holistically, not just the school itself, but how we maximize utilization of the resources that we have in the property.
Thank you, Owen. So at this point in time, if there's no other questions from any other board members, we've been asked for a consensus. We're looking at site one, which was mentioned, and for us to continue to just explore, design, and continue to move forward with site one. Yes. And I have 2 yeses here. Pat, yes. Yes with Bertha, okay. Everybody, and I'll give the yes, you got 7-0. You have a consensus.
I misspoke. There is one more slide.
Okay, please.
So this is just an interior shot. Again, talking about the versatility, you can see in the middle on the right is the library. And you see an instruction wall with a TV and also collaboration spaces on the left, and then direct supervision of the lobby in the back on the left. So this is a great image because it talks about the diversity of activities that can happen in a space that's planned well. And so this is a great slide to leave you guys with and get you excited.
Thank you very much, sir. I do have a question of our superintendent. I noticed that the design was targeted for 627 students, I believe?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. According to district's, I guess, surveys, or what, do we anticipate that being the right number, close to the right number? How many times do we build something and then we have 800 kids? How do we know it's going to be in that area?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know Owen can jump in and help me out here, but let me just say that it's based on demographic studies for enrollment, and also you didn't see that there, but there is also a requirement or a necessity for us to look at boundary to ensure that we get to that number. So it's all based on, and we work with Davis Demographics and those folks, and they give us projections. So that's a science that we use, and analytics numbers that we use for that. And we have it here, go ahead.
500. Just like Dr. Miranda said, we actually do enrollment projection every year. We project out about 8 years. You know, obviously, the further you go out, the higher percentage error that you have. So, but that's something that we continue. You know, we wish we have a crystal ball, but unfortunately, you know, we do the best we can with the data that we have. We look at birth rates, we look at migration, we look at some of the trends and so forth. So, but it is something that's really dynamic. Also, you know, it's a moving target, but we do that annually just to kind of keep a tab.
Yeah, the current
Potential
enrollment
housing
right now
too.
is about 527 students.
Of course, potential housing that may come in. Okay, Dan, please.
I was just going to make a note. There's actually one more slide after this, it looks like, and it's the QR code. But, and that's great. Can we put this on the website? Because we do have a website dedicated to this subject, to the Zimmerman project.
Absolutely.
So that the community can download it and have full access to the report. That'd be great. Thank you.
I have one more
And is there-
question. As I was looking at the slides, we will be energy efficient. There'll be solar panels and all that good stuff added to this?
Yes, that's mandated by California code
Okay,
now.
I thought it was, yes. Okay.
I just want to thank the board for.
Okay, one more question, please. Joanne, please.
I look at, as I'm hearing all the measures you've taken to make this the best possible, all the mitigation measures, the trees and whatnot, and I understand they're required. My question is, number one, who will be responsible for trimming trees? I mean, that's a huge expense. Taking care of the trees, all that won't be up to a custodial staff. Have we thought about, I mean, have we computed the amount of manpower that's going to take or how we're going to pay for that each and every year? And I hope you weren't serious about putting orange trees on a campus with kids anywhere near the playground. Right, Lisa? Please don't do that to our principals. But I just wondered, and also it's a great idea to hope that teachers or somebody will want to take over the vegetation, the flowers and whatnot. But having opened a brand new school, that doesn't happen. And it was extremely expensive to undo it. And because the first year it was beautiful, and then it didn't get taken care of, and it looked like we were in a different city. It was not, we used to have people in the community call and complain. So I know that can be very, very expensive. So maybe we shouldn't do some of it until we know that principals can handle it and the district can handle it, because that's a lot. And it's really embarrassing and hard to deal with parents, people in the community telling you, you got a beautiful school, but look at this, look at the outside, it looks not very good. So I hope we have a plan and we put that in the budget to handle all that. It's great ideas, but we need to make sure they're manageable.
I appreciate you bringing that up. Of course, we'll adjust staffing to the need. And in terms of the trees and all that, we'll get there. Ultimately, the goal is environmental and trees. Whether the kind of trees, we have experts that are going to participate in this process that are already part of this that will help us with that. I think in terms of the orange tree was just to leave a legacy for Walter Zimmerman. It doesn't have to be necessarily where kids can grab them, but it could be somewhere where we protect the tree, so that. But you bring up great points, and certainly that would be part of the process, because we do recognize that once we build it, and Owen's job, and he does a phenomenal job. I recognize this. Sorry, Owen, I don't want to embarrass you, but he builds it, then he turns it over to maintenance and operation. Well, he doesn't build it himself, right? But sometimes he will, but he will if he had to. So it then goes over to our maintenance operation, and I'm confident, and under Greg's leadership and Fran's leadership and our new director of maintenance and operation, that they will take care of the school and the staff to make sure that it stays, beautiful once they deliver it. it goes into their hands, and that's the process. Do you want to add anything to that?
Our M&O team trained our own team to be able to come, our own crew, to trim the trees in the district. And we had a schedule, and we trimmed them all, and that, so we trained our own grounds people to be that crew, you know, because it's a risky, you get up on ladders and this and that, so they have to be trained, but we did do that, and that's something that can be done. But I also want to add to Owen, today's his birthday, so let's wish Owen a happy
All right. Happy birthday, Owen.
I turned 21, so.
Ah, finally.
Thank you, Owen.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, let's go ahead and move into item 9.3, ACE update, and I do believe no update today. Okay. Item 9.4, CSEA update. Do we have a representative from CSEA? Not here today. No, thank you. 9.5, MAC update. Thank you very much. And 9.6, ROP update, and I'll refer to our foundation president, Israel Fuentes. We do have an event coming up you might want to talk about.
Yes, we do. And that will be May 15th at Valley College. We have the Cry Route Foundation is having their annual Evening of Excellence. We will showcase students that evening. I think it starts at 4:30, if I'm correct. I don't have my notes with me here. I left them on my desk, wanting them to bring them today, but I left them there. But it will start at 4:30, but you can go on to the Cry Route website, look up the Cry Route Foundation, and you'll find all the information there. And then after the showcase, we will have the Evening of Excellence where we'll be giving away scholarships to students. And hopefully we'll give away a lot more this year than what we did last year. I think last year we did $21,000 in scholarship giveaways. And so it's an opportunity for our students to continue in the success of becoming that next leader. So once again, May 15th, we invite everyone who's listening, who's here present, to go to the Evening of Excellence at Valley College, May 15th. We'll see you all there. Thank
5
you.
o'clock.
Or 5 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. So they did change the time again. So for the awards. For
Just
the
the
awards.
awards.
Okay. So like I said, you can go on the website and, because I don't want to mess up again. So go ahead and go on the website and you can find out all the information there, the agenda and all of that. So, and hope to see everyone there. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Israel. Okay, we'll move right into our superintendent's communique. Dr. Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra, board president and board members. And I know it's kind of late here and don't want to take too long this evening, but there are a couple of things that are happening that I just want to highlight. And so we go to our first slide. We have our classified job fair coming up on Saturday, May 4th. So may the 4th be with you on Saturday at Grant Elementary School. I thought that was a little bit funny. Thank you, Dan. Yeah. All right, just ask executive cabinet. I mean, this is a great opportunity for our classified applicants to hear about all the benefits about working in our great district. And so there's going to be interviews on site with administrators. So thank you to all the administrators that are participating and Dr. Dade's team for putting this together. Again, that's Saturday, May 4th. And so they are preparing for that. And that's coming up here really quick. So just next slide, please. Just want to highlight the Education Medal of Honor. So there was a great event on Monday this week. The California University of Science and Medicine received the Education Medal of Honor from the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. And I want to thank Katie Orloff for putting that together. It was a lot of work. Thank you, Katie. And the CalMed School received an honor for their service to our district and to our students here in our district. So special thanks to CalMed just for inspiring our students They do mentoring, workshops, and Dr. Cleveland, and I apologize, I always think Cleveland, but he's just an amazing leader over there, and he just let us know on Monday. Thank you to Ms. Flores and also Mr. Fuentes, they were there. He let us know that there are actually Colton Joint Unified School District students in the pipeline at the medical school. And that to me just blew us away, that are going to be graduating with a MD in very soon here. And so it is working. The investment that our board did many years ago, it's gonna pay off, and we're gonna have doctors that graduate from the medical school that are gonna serve our community. That just blew me away. So special thanks to them, and we had a great conversation. So I know a lot of the administrators and some of you here that are still here, I know that brings joy to your heart, and it brings joy to our heart that we have students that are going to graduate here pretty soon, that are Colton Joint Unified School District students. And I'll be honest with you, we were the envy of that event, in my opinion, because of that relationship. So I'll tell you. And then, of course, as mentioned, the last slide here is our Tomorrow's Leader Celebration. That was also an incredible event over at Colton High School. And again, thank you to Dr. Ortiz, Christy, Missy, all the student services staff for putting that together. You guys do an amazing job of the hard work. By the way, I don't know what happened to my hat, but somebody took it, so if you can return it. The Tomorrow Leaders hat, the Chevrolet hat, that was awesome. And just the student winning the car, the young lady at Grand Terrace High School, just to see the face, to see the parent, it's unreal. We're just standing there, just watching. Board President and I got an opportunity to take pictures with all the recipients of the awards, and it's just a great event. And again, we had over 500 students who were eligible, who participated. And again, it was said already, but I want to also just again, it's worth saying that Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation presented 12 scholarships to students. Rosa Dominguez also gave 5 scholarships. We got to give her a lot of credit. And all the hard work pays off. Thank you, Student Services. Thank you, Christy. You do an amazing job there. And with that, Board President, that is my communique this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Okay, board members' comments. Board Member Haro.
Try to make it brief because it's been a long. But I just have a couple of things. I want to talk about, and I want to thank some people. I want to thank Consuelo Guerrero and Jesus Delgado. Consuelo is from Rogers Elementary and Jesus is from Colton High School. And they are our science fair coordinators for the district. They've only been doing this 2 years and they're doing a great job. And I wanted to congratulate them. We have 2 young ladies that are moving on to ISEF, and I've known both of these young ladies because I judged them. They used to be students at Joe Baca Middle School. And when it came to choosing a high school, they ended up choosing Grand Terrace because of the engineering program. And actually, when they were at Joe Baca Middle School, they did this project with the hand. They started it there, and they did it with paper and cardboard, and they knew what they wanted to do. And they have continued with this project to the point that last year they went to ISEF, and this year they're going again to ISEF. And this year, ISEF is going to be a week-long event, May 12th through the 17th in Los Angeles. But I also want to thank the many people who helped them get to where they are, besides Consuelo and Jesus, because this year they've received money and they've received support from Caltech. They have a mentor from Caltech. They have a mentor from UCLA who are guiding them on this project. I want to thank Kevin Mendoza. I want to, who helped him with some of the coding, Jamal Boyce, Bradley Wilson, for going and helping these young ladies at the site to help them make their project even better. Because a true science fair coordinator is one who doesn't just let it go when the project moves on. They continue to work with these students even after the fact to make it better. And being involved in science fair for so long and seeing this happen for these two young ladies and seeing what we really need is to have mentorships and having Caltech, and UCLA, this is what it is all about. I've seen firsthand kids win four-year scholarships at the state fair. So this is just tremendous, and I wanted to thank everyone who's been involved with these young ladies. I'll be going with Consuelo and Jesus to ISEF in LA on one of the days to see what's happening there. I also wanted to bring up, I spoke to some board members from another school district, and AI is here to stay. And we're not going to be able to get around it. We know that. I know many of our conferences are talking about it. Even at the, last year we were at the Courageous Creativity, which is on the arts, but they were bringing up the effect of AI in the arts. It's there. I see that our teachers at the high school are dealing with students when they have them do a report. They have to now find a program that can decipher if a student wrote it or did AI write it. And what we don't need is a program to decipher whether a student is doing it or not. But what this district is doing is they have embraced AI because it is not going anywhere. So what their board is doing a pilot of where, say, the English teacher puts out whatever, they're doing this report, and they're telling them to do it in AI. And then when they're in the classroom, they're going to tweak it with their own brain and how are they going to make what AI did and make it better? And so they're going to embrace it and do whatever it is that they need to do to work together, to combine the two together and to make it work for the students and make it work for our teachers. Because I already see a lot on social media where our teachers are struggling with, I had to grade 30 reports and 29 of them were AI. So we have to figure a way to work together with it. And, we have all these experts here. And I know, and so I wanted to bring that up. The last thing I wanted to do is, before I do my quote for this evening, is I wanted to thank ACE and CSEA. They had their joint interviews for this year's election. And I know Mr. Ibarra was there and Mrs. Flores, I was going to call you out again, I'm so used to it, and myself. And I just want to thank them for their hospitality and for listening to the conversation we had, and I just wanted to say thank you for that opportunity to both unions. And my quote this evening for each of you is a note to yourself. You can't control how other people receive your energy. Anything you do or say gets filtered through the lens of whatever personal things they are going through at the time, at that moment. It's not about you. You just keep doing your thing, which is much integrity and love as possible. I want to thank each and every one of you for bearing with us tonight, because it was a long meeting with a lot of presentations, and we truly, truly appreciate each and every one of you. So have a great rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Joanne.
No comment tonight.
Thank you, Joanne. And Bernice? No comment, okay. Bertha?
Yes. Our adult school had their WASC visit this week.
The committee got here on Sunday and left Wednesday afternoon. I was able to attend the readout, and I just want to say hats off to our Principal Angela Hatter for an amazing visit. They were wowed. They drove off actually just saying, wow, because, in 9 months, the Principal Hatter has reinvented our adult ed program and made it a shining light. And I know that some of the students attended the community cabinet, and we heard from them very touching stories. I just wanted to say thank you to Principal Hatter for an amazing visit. And, they had a lot of things to celebrate and a lot of, also some areas to focus, which you already knew. And they acknowledged, they said, she's on her way. She knows, what needs to be done. So I'm very proud of this program, and I'm looking forward to other things that you're going to be doing with it. So thank you. That's it. Good night.
Bertha? Yeah. Israel.
Thank you, Board President. In the words of a friend of mine, she said, "Be short, please be short, we are tired." So here we go. So instead of 30 minutes, I'll go 15. I'm just kidding. Just wanted to share a couple things real quick here. On Wednesday, Ed Services, PPS, Dr. Miranda, myself, we were at a SELPA SIP Inclusion Summit, and and I know our board president for ACE and CSEA was there also, and it was an amazing summit. It was interesting in some ways, and it was an opportunity for us to make things better. And it talked about being inclusive to our students with disabilities and our special need kids. And we were put in different groups, and we talked about different topics and everything. And I think we came back with some good things. And a lot of times we need to do the right thing for our students. We want to be equitable to our kids. We want them to achieve, and we want their wellness to be part of it. We had a speaker. Her name was Alicia R. Anderson. She all her life was in a wheelchair, and always had those problems of not being included in a lot of activities when she was young, especially when she was in elementary school. And I remember that back in the day when I was in elementary school, I had a friend who was in a wheelchair, and I would always ask the teacher, "Why can't he play?" And the teacher says, "Well, he can't." I go, "Well, yes, he can. I can kick the ball for him, and he can, or I can run for him, or he can kick the ball, or do whatever." And I remember at one point, there was a picture that she put up on the screen where she's in her wheelchair doing the tug of war, and she's there with the kids. And I remember, at one point, I did that with my friend. And the reason I call him my friend, because I remember that his mom would always tell me, Junior, because I'm a junior, I'm Israel Junior, Junior, I really appreciate you being his friend. Thank you for including my son in everything that he does. And this was back in the 80s, mid-80s or so. And today I understand that a lot of times we have to be inclusive of a lot of our kids, but we need to do it the right way. We need to do it the right way. And the opportunities that we get to be in these summits is for us to learn. And I want to thank Dr. Ortiz and his team, Rob Pearson for being there, and Dr. Miranda for being there too, because we have to learn. We have to work together. Other districts are there. I think there was Rialto, Yucaipa, Redlands was there also. And but it's an opportunity for us to make things better. And that's what we want to do here at Colton Joint Unified School District. So one other thing I wanted to bring to the table, and that was, like I said, if you go on my Facebook page, you can see some pictures of some of the things that we were doing there. One of the quotes that she had was, "Nothing for us without us." And that kind of stood with me. And I think it was Dr. Clark, Nairi Clark, who actually posted that too on her Instagram. And I remember that. So it's just giving the opportunity to our students to participate. And my friend, the young man that I was in 5th grade back then, and I remember I told him, "Hey, grab the rope, and I'm going to grab your wheelchair, and I'm going to pull." But he always wore the seatbelt because he was paralyzed from the waist down ever since he was born. And he forgot to put his little seatbelt on, and I grabbed the chair and I pulled him, and he just fell right off. He was still holding on to the rope. And but when it came to when we went into our 6th grade year, he got a disease and did not make it that 6th grade. And so I miss my friend. I'm a 50-year-old man now, but I still remember him ever since. And that picture she put up on the screen really reminded me of him. And well, we'll go on. I wanted to see if I can get a consensus from the board today. West Valley Water had their Earth Day a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday, and our NJROTC went out there and did the color guard, and they volunteered. These young men and women volunteered. They put up tables, they put up tents. They did a lot of things to make that event successful for West Valley Water. This is the 3rd year that we work with West Valley Water on this. Last year they also did it. The year before they did the color guard also. And I wanted to recognize these students. There was 18 students that were there from early in the morning. I think they arrived around 6 o'clock in the morning and did not leave till about 3 o'clock. They were there from the beginning to the end, and they did the color guard. The commander was there, our new commander that's out there. He was out there with the kids. And I wanted to get consensus from the board to be able to recognize these kids with a certificate, recognize the commander, and also recognize West Valley Water for giving our kids that opportunity to be volunteers, to go out there and advocate as a community volunteer. So wanted to see if I can get a consensus, Board President.
Okay. Looking for consensus. And everybody okay? I think so.
Awesome.
You got it.
Awesome. So I'll send the names to Dr. Miranda and of the students. I asked the commander to send me the names, and I'll send them out to you. And if we can get also recognize the commander for him being out there also, and if we can get a certificate for West Valley Water also. Thank you very much. That's all I have this evening. Have a good weekend. Thanks.
Thank you, Israel. Dan? Okay. Thank you, Dan. And just really briefly, because I know that some of you might be getting hungry, I want to take this opportunity to also thank ACE and CSEA for their invitation to interview. And I really enjoyed the opportunity to do that. The questions were very well thought out. And I had someone tell me that she was wondering why they were all laughing. So I just said we just had a great time. So I just want to say thank you to each and every one of those who were there for the interview and for both ACE and CSEA. Thank you very much for that. Also, really quickly, want to thank Dr. Miranda and those who assisted him on a wonderful community cabinet. And also Mrs. Hatter. I looked really forward to listening to her report. Excellent, and gives us an idea of what we can expect and what's coming down the way. So great job. Also want to thank the foundation, because the other night was great. I think the students really enjoyed it. The parents definitely enjoyed it. I think we all did, and enjoyed the opportunity to be able to reward some of those students for job well done. And one last thing, I want to thank Dr. Peterson for the paint, pencil, pen, and staff. But for all the hard work that everyone put in on that, and coordinating the two groups and getting all the students recognized in a very, very efficient manner. But I think that anytime we get an opportunity to highlight, congratulate, pat someone in the back, we need to take advantage of that. So thank you for that. So with that, if there's no other comments, the board will now adjourn into closed session to discuss items listed on the closed session agenda. The board is back from closed session. And let's start off with student discipline. There was one student discipline item presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion order as presented? Okay, so I have Joanne and I believe Pat on the other end too. Okay, so on a motion by Joanne Thorne Ojeda and second by Pat Harrow to uphold expulsion order as presented. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? 7-0, that passes. So on a motion by Board Member Joanne Thorne Ojeda and second by Board Member Pat Harrow and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion order of one student discipline item as presented, new to the district number 5. Item 13.2, on a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and second by Israel Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the following. Personnel, public employee appointment, classified management 1, classified HR analyst, classified coaches 2, assistant prep squad director co-ed, head junior varsity volleyball girls, and volunteer general 16. If there's no other questions, we are hereby adjourned.